Hello, wannabes and creators. I'm hoping that you can hear me. I am live a little bit early just to make sure that everything is going well. Um, Maybe make sure my hair is okay. Whatever. I don't care that much. So I am going to just check a bunch of places to make sure that when we go live, or that when people come in, they're actually hearing us. All right, I'm live there. Cool. That looks pretty good. Maybe I can adjust that so it looks like I'm not a disheveled homeless person would be good. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm live now on the live now on my on the Wannacon website. Let's see if I'm live on Facebook. Yes, I'm live on Facebook too. Cool. And now I'm going to go to Twitch and see if I'm live there. Oh. I don't care if I'm the main site. I want to go to our Wannabe Press Twitch stream. All right. And it looks like, well, if I've done this correctly, it looks like we're live everywhere that I need to be live right now. And we're a little bit early. I'm going to send this email now. There we go. So the first email for the show is going out. Now, here's the deal. I am, let's see if I am getting comments. Hello, Stefan. So we are going to start at 12 or maybe a little bit before 12, but I wanted to get on here quite a bit early just in case. I'm going to try to see if I can share my stream. I want to share my entire thing, but let's see what happens when I share. Awesome. So this is what happens if I screen share. We'll hope we can figure out how to do that the right way. Oh, we can do it several different ways. That's cool. All right. So I will tell you that for sure, I'm getting messages from Twitch. I'm not getting anything from YouTube right now, and I'm getting some from Facebook, at least from the Facebook group. But I'm not 100% sure if all of the messages are coming in, are going to come in through this stream. So I might at some point click over to make sure that we can get I get all of your comments. And let's see what happens when I switch Cool. So the first two people we have on are Nikki Evans and Katrina Kunstman. Katrina is the artist who'll be joining us for the first hour, and Nikki Evans is an amazing fantasy author who I met a couple of years ago at New York Comic Con. Katrina's been in all three of our anthologies, and I just love her to death. I can't wait for her to come on. And then we have after that David Avalon and Camry Lapka. Then we have two of the two creators behind Heirs of Isildur, Steph Cannon and Matt Knowles. And finally, Leah Letterman and Diana Levin. And Diana is the artist for that hour. I should say Camry is the artist for the second hour. There's no artist for the third hour because both creators are going to be on, and I didn't really want to bring three people on. I thought it might be too much. I am very excited because even though Leah has edited dozen or more than a dozen books for me of my books, I've actually never spoken to her in person. I have no idea what she sounds like, so I'm incredibly excited to hear her and see what she has to say. I have a couple of ideas of what we are going to talk about. So I'm thinking we're going to talk to Katrina and Nikki first about building an immersive fantasy world. Nicolene is a fantasy author, and Katrina has this amazing, weird, post-apocalyptic, like sci-fi fantasy world called Warhead, and she does amazing fantasy stuff. So that seems to be appropriate for them. David and Camry. David writes for Elvira, and he writes for a bunch of other stuff as well as making his own things. So I think I'll probably try and talk to them about what it's like to work for in another person's world. And also building your own world. The Heirs of Isildur, I think they are cross-country from each other. So I think it'd be interesting to talk to them about how you collaborate when there's a world, there's a country between you. How do you do shows and how do you build that market bi-coastal? And then Leah and Diana both make short form stuff, and they do a lot of short stories. So I'm definitely going to talk to Leah about editing because I'm fascinated to know more about it. But I both want to talk to them about like how they design their short form fiction. And it looks like there's 6. Stefan, yes, it is showing on YouTube. Mikey says, I've got 3 of you. Where is that coming from? I'm hoping that it's... Oh, okay, because you're on multiple platforms. Awesome. I thought it was something that I did. Jordan says he's looking forward to Nikki. I am too. When I met Nikki, it was at New York Comic Con. And we were very close to each other in small press, but we didn't have a chance to talk. But like, she had the most elaborate, beautiful setup. It's like she set up 5 wooden bookcases and an island. It was very professional, and I was incredibly impressed immediately. So I am super excited about that. And then there's Walter, one of the contributors to the campaign, and one of the reasons why I am kind of thought about doing Twitch, because he's always talking about it and doing it. MJ is going to be joining us. I'm going to I can see that Katrina is here setting up her screen, so I am going to wait for her to set up for a couple more minutes, and then and there's Nikki Evans. Hi. All right. maybe I don't know how to like private chat with the people that are just in. Um, let's see. Let's see if this works. And I see Katrina knows how to how to do her screen. If you could look, let me know if there's a private chat on the right, Nikki. I can't actually hear you, but I will bring you on if you are. All right. So Katrina's ready to come on. Let us. Hey. All right. So I'm going to bring Katrina on first, and we will see if she's ready. Let's see. How do I do this? Katrina, can you hear me? Let's see, I may have to do both of you. Let's see. Katrina, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, awesome. So Katrina is on, and her screen is on. Nikki, are you ready to? I'm going to bring in Nikki now. See if we can do all of these things. Hey, Nikki, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. Oh my goodness, this
cool.
actually worked. I cannot honestly believe that it worked, and it was so seamless.
Fantastic. Yeah, I was really happy it opened. I tried on Safari and it didn't open for Safari for me. So Chrome.
Well, you did come on, and that's good. I'm worried that some people are going to try and get on mobile, and they said that there's only there's a specific way to get on mobile. But for the first one, this is exactly what I wanted. I wanted a screen so people could see. I wanted us to be able to talk. So this is awesome.
Very cool.
So we are still a little early, but the early bird gets the worm, and we can just maybe if the two of you can introduce yourself. I will. For me, I'm a US Today best-selling author. I'm the publisher of Wannabe Press, and I will be your host for the weekend. I'm going to hope that I shut up most of the time. It's not easy for me to do, but I'm hoping to shut up most of the time and let the guests talk and introduce themselves. And I'm so excited to have both of you on. Nikki, I was telling people that you, oops, I'm going to put the right banners on. Let's put the right banner on. I was telling them that you have such an impressive setup when I saw you at this show. Like you had like 5 bookcases stacked up and an island, and I would pass your booth and be like, I felt like the woman from the Game of Thrones, just like shame. It was so beautiful.
No, oh my gosh, yeah, I do have. I kind of make it my own little bookshop, so it's nice. But as I have new ideas and new stories, I'm actually not sure what I'm going to be doing moving forward. But I'll keep the bookshelves. Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice setup. It is a lot to do though. Like it takes me forever to set it up. It's a workout. But
yeah, how long does that take you to do? Out of curiosity.
I mean, it's not so. It's better now than it was when I first started doing the bookshelves, because at first it took forever because we didn't know what we were doing. But we found the bookshelves that fold, and if my dad or brothers are there, it's really quick. If it's just me, it's a lot slower. At Chicago, I put fairy lights, which was such a mistake, all around the poles of the bookshelves. So it looked beautiful. But I spent hours doing it because I'm like a little OCD and like the perfectionist. So I need to make sure the lights were facing up on the front on each one. So like my booth neighbors that were setting up were like, "Go home, just go home, give up. It doesn't matter. No one's gonna care." I'm like, "You're right," but I did it and it looked good. I just don't.
Well, I could tell because like every it wasn't just that you had bookshelves. It was that like they were prettily color coded too when I saw them, and like every shelf like was perfectly aligned.
Yeah, I have I do that with all the artists I hire for my covers, I try to help guide them to like make it look like it's part of the family. So obviously I'm picking them because they have a style that matches everything I get usually anyway. But then all the books, like they're part of the same family, but I have them out here 1, 2, 3, working on 4th, like different series. So they're not actually all part of the same world. Well, they're starting to interconnect worlds, but so they're different books, but I need to make sure like certain ones look dark for adults, the other ones look kiddie. But it's funny at the cons, the 8-year-olds walk right to the horror story. Always.
Of course they do. Like the younger they are, the more the more they're into horror. I found like the more I'm like I always try and push them away from my like most violent book, and
Yeah.
that's always the one they magnetize to.
Oh, for sure. Actually, I want to make sure I was trying to make sure I had all my books up here. I actually don't have that. Let me go grab that one really quick.
Cool. This is a great time to Katrina. Are you still with us?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. Do you want to introduce yourself to the humans?
Oh boy, that's a big ask. I'm an illustrator, comic artist and illustrator and storyboard artist. My name is Katrina, obviously, as Russell introduced me. I'm might be working on this piece or ping-ponging between a couple other pieces for a couple other projects. The main thing that I work on is a comic called Warhead. So if you've ever seen like a guy at conventions that has like this sort of head and it looks like an atom bomb, but it's green, I make that thing. It looks like this, but like not as drawn so quickly. And he has like a little jacket and he's like, I'm sad.
That is what he says a lot.
Yes.
I don't find him so sad, saying so sad. He just is always sad.
Yes.
Yes. And you were on you're drawing the 14th issue now.
I'm on the 13th.
13th.
And I feel like I should do something that's like really monumental because it's the number 13, but it probably won't be. Adam's just going to be dumb, like, and make bad life choices as he tends to. Because
I mean, monumental is not is not like the style of Adam. He just kind of like falls into stuff.
Yeah, no, that's really true. And I mean, the whole story is about his emotional arc and the repercussions of that and his actions, because not doing something is also an action too. And that's kind of, I don't want to say one of the themes of Warhead, but it is something that's going to kind of come into play, is like not thinking about the consequences or repercussions of your actions or inaction at the same time. So, yeah, I've been doing it since 2013. So for about almost 10 years. And it's at about 300 pages, probably at this point. More than 300, because I'm close to printing volume 2, which ideally will be out in summer or autumn. And that is probably going to be about 200 pages. So we're coming in close to about 400 pages total. And it'll be probably about 600 or so by the time it's finished.
So you're planning one more trade kind of to wrap it up?
Yeah, a third one, because there's a really pivotal event that occurs at the end of volume 2 that's, I don't want to use really bombastic language and say like it's gonna blow it wide open, man, but kind of, yes. So it's going to kind of change the narrative landscape in a big way, and it's been a decision that has been in the works pretty much since the inception of the comic itself. So it's, I think only like 3 people know what happens. And I'm kind of pushing to get to that point because it's also going to change how the comic is pitched to people at shows, or like how it's presented to people at shows. So it's going to be not interesting, but it's going to change how it's handled for sure.
That's awesome. And 3 is the appropriate number for an omnibus. So like
yes.
So it's like the perfect omnibus size by the time it's over.
Yeah. And I'm toying around with the idea of now, when I started doing Warhead, I wasn't very good at coloring. I was like, not super confident and pretty slow at it. So I opted to make Warhead grayscale. But now that I'm, 10 years on in my career and I can color faster, I've had a lot of people ask me to, basically do it in color or go back and color it. And I probably will never invest the time to go back and color it in its entirety, because that's a lot of work that I don't think that I can spare as a freelancer. But after this big turning point happens at the end of the second volume, I might because it's such like a tonal shift, I might do everything from that point onward in color because it'll kind of make sense. And it's a good way to just segue into like, it's in color now and ta-da. So
Awesome. Well, I know we're going to have Comfort Love and Adam Withers on, and they have a book called The Rainbow in the Dark that starts in black and white. And then as the monsters invade, the monsters are in color. And then as the people sort of get their groove, kind of, they turn to color also. So I think that there's certainly precedent, and it is one of my favorite books of all time. So I'm excited if you move in that direction.
I think I probably will, just because the more that I like look at the pages, or not the pages, but the covers that I do for the comics and how happy I am with how they look in color, it's like, man, I really should just do them in color. It's so much more eye-catching and kind of encapsulates the feel that I want to have for the comic. Not that I dislike the way that it is now, but it's just so much more vibrant and engaging visually that I feel like I'm doing the story a bit of a disservice by continuing to do it in black and white. But at the same time, like it is going to involve, more time for me to do it in color than, black and white. So it's doing the last few hundred pages in black and white or in color instead of the, initial 400 or so it's definitely a better way to like split the workload, and like narratively, it's not a bad kind of way to approach it in transition either. So I'm pretty sold on it as a concept of how to continue telling the story. So
well, and if you love it, you can always go back and do like an omnibus and like try and raise for recoloring the whole thing or something like that in the future if it really becomes this thing that you want for everything.
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
All right. Well, we are just about starting time. So I think what I'd like to do, I kind of have an idea of what I want to talk about, but we can move in any direction. So you guys both have these huge immersive fantasy post-apocalyptic kind of worlds. And I think I'd like to know how you go about building that world. Like you, Nikki, have 4, you said, interconnecting series of different age groups and different tones that are all sort of starting to merge together. Can you talk a little bit about how you conceptualize that?
Yeah, so if I'm being really honest, it didn't start that way, that they were going to interconnect. But so going back, let's just start with the first book, right? Huge mistake was writing a huge world build as my first novel, for me at least, because it was the first thing I ever wrote. I didn't write anything prior. So that was a learning curve, and I have taken the book down a million times, touched it up, polished it, et cetera, et cetera. But since then, I realized, like, what a cool world. Like, there's so many things to... So basically, the first book I ever wrote was Evo. It's about humans evolving into the elements, earth, fire, water, air. And you follow the main character on a futuristic Alice in Wonderland-like adventure. So basically, there's a lot to be played on with elements here. So after writing that, I went backwards, and I wrote a whole series of prequels to that. So that's 4,000 years from now. And then we have present day, which is the start of that one is Hall of Mosses. So that one is the ancestors of the Evo characters. But basically, I kind of like when I write a story, it's more about like, what is the message? What is the purpose? Like, what am I trying to say? Like, what do I want people to get out of it? Like, is there something important to be said? Hopefully, otherwise, why are you doing it? So I usually take a really small idea, something simple, like an abstract idea. Like for Orwell, for example, I had this idea of a man made of stone. He finds a heart made of glass. That was really cool to like kind of take such a abstract and concept and then turn it into something bigger. So for that one, it's about forgiveness, and if you do a bad thing, are you a bad person? So you get to watch a very flawed character that like 50% of the people hate him, 50% love him, and that's the point. Like this is like my most like controversial read in the sense of people are like, I just couldn't get past it. Like I couldn't get on board with him. I'm like, that's okay. It's all right. That's the point of it. Like not everybody will. But then other people are just rooting for him, and they can see the gray area of the situation he gets himself into. But yeah, so when I'm building these worlds, like I kind of like, in order to prevent myself from going crazy, I tend to just let it flow. I just go with it. I have an idea of what I want to do, and I'll outline, and I have a point A and a point B, but then there's a million, A1, A2, A3, B4, things that happen that I don't plan out. So then by the end, as long as I write every day, I can keep it going in my head and without like losing track of what's happening. But I'm currently writing 2 stories right now, one for younger kids about the Tooth Fairy, but then it's like amazing. You have this really simple idea about a Tooth Fairy, and then it turns into this whole world build of magical creatures that protect children. And it's so much more complex than I ever dreamed I would make it. So certain things like that, sometimes I have to kind of reel myself in a little bit and just be like, remember, you're writing for first graders, not for, 25, 30-year-olds. They don't need to know about this complex world, So
that sounds a lot like how Terry Pratchett designed Discworld, because he had those worlds for the older worlds. And then he also made like younger kid books in that same world. But then some of the things from the younger kid books would show up in the more adult books as well.
Right, exactly. So actually what I want to do soon is, so I have all these series that are either YA or NA, and but they're not for the first, second, third graders. So I actually want to take all of them and make them super simple into fairy tales. So that way when I'm at a con and their mom buys Hall of Mosses, I'm like, well, look, I've got this, collection of fairy tales, and you can read the same story as your mom, but it'd be written in I think fairy tales tend to be 500 to 1,000 words long. Mm-hmm. So like super, basically like my description I tell people, it'd be that just elaborated a little bit with pictures and something that, so then the kid feels like, oh, I'm getting the same book as mommy, or daddy or whoever. Little ideas like that. Like as you go to more shows, you kind of get inspired to do different things. Like I didn't even think about doing early readers, early chapter books for these first, second, third graders till I did a Christmas show. And I realized a huge market I was missing. People will come up to my booth and they're like, oh, wow, look at all these books. Do you have something that's good for like someone in first grade? So then I'll point them to my children's books, my actual children's books. And they go, oh, no, my first grader is actually on to chapter books now. I'm like, oh, well, is this too big? And they're like, yeah, they're not quite there yet. So I realized like, oh, man, I lost like, how many sales did I just lose because I didn't have an option for them? Like that's the marketing side of it. But really, it's kind of cool to, when you have a kid that young that gets into your stuff, then they grow with you. So I have some young kids that have read my kids' books, or they started off with Evo or Nether Isle. Those are both fine for younger readers. And then I've been doing this for 5 years now. So now some of them are in high school, and I'll see them at a show, and they'll get the older books now. So that's kind of fun to see, okay, now it's appropriate for you. They show up, and I'm like, you can read this now.
Yeah, that's so interesting, because that is the game. Like when you find, especially when you've been doing this a long time, it's like, yes, I have this audience, but they are aging, and generally they're having children. And how do I continue to fulfill that font of young readers so that by the time they get to high school or college, they're already like ingrained in my world?
Yeah, and what's really funny, I just learned this about myself literally this week. I had I'm sure as a writer, you also have moments where you just like crumble under self-doubt and like, who am I and what am I doing and what is this project I'm working on? So I was working on this Tooth Fairy thing thinking, oh, this is going to be so easy. It's going to be 5,000 words max and simple writing. And then I have trouble, not like dumbing it down, for lack of a better way to say it, but like I have trouble simplifying it. And I was writing the Tooth Fairy book. I'm about, 3,000 words into it. And I start reading it. I'm like, this is my best writing. I'm like, it can't be my best writing. It's for 6-year-olds, So I'm like, shoot. So then I had this, I think it was on Tuesday, I went to Barnes & Noble because, this isn't my usual genre. So I go there and I'm looking at the books like Captain Underpants and things that fall into that age range, like the popular ones. And I'm realizing, okay, this is a whole different strategy. I can take what I've written, but now I have to rethink how I approach it because it can't be the same way I write my other stuff. So yeah, it's just really interesting. And, I have a lot of little cousins, and I'm going to definitely let them be my beta readers for those, here, can you just like see if this is like interesting to you or if it's like way too above your head, can you even understand what's happening? So yeah, it's just like, I think every genre, believe it or not, like you think something will be easy and it's actually not. So you have to kind of change.
Yeah, for sure. Katrina, what I love about your work is that it's, the motivations are so simple and And like the human interactions, even though they're not humans, is so like delicate and real, but the world is so absurd. Can you talk a little bit about how you mix those two together?
Um, I mean, I think I've always had a pretty big soft spot for inhuman looking things that are more human than human. Like, I really appreciate Del Toro's work. I don't want to say that he's an inspiration because that's not really true, because I honestly didn't really get into his work until I was older, but it definitely struck a chord with me. And so my approach is kind of like really similar, which is, you know, kind of getting at the core of human experience as a whole is probably one of the biggest motivations for my work, or like an individual's experience. For me, when I'm crafting a story or imbibing media, if there's no human element, or like if there isn't a strong character arc or a character theme, I don't really care how fantastical the world is. I'm probably not interested in it. If there's not like a really robust character development or like character motivation, or if I can't empathize with the character, not empathize with them necessarily, but if I'm not given time to, in the execution and how the story is told, if I'm not given time to feel what the character feels, I'm probably not going to be like super engrossed or engaged in the material. And so when I created Warhead, not only was it kind of like a way for me to parse some of my own personal experiences in a manner that was conducive to me, but it also, I hope, was kind of like something that other people could relate to. And I wanted it to be executed in a way that was satisfying to me, that if I was reading it, it would be, you know, like giving enough time to let the emotions unfold and let the scenes breathe. And I mean, it sounds like something that might be necessarily only for comics or film, because I had a film degree, and that was something that we, you know, went over, was like pacing and letting scenes breathe and reducing scenes or movies down to like their kind of core concept or idea. But I feel that that's also true for writing as a whole. Like, I've read novels where the concept has been great, but they've like rushed the character arc, and it's like, well, I don't care now. Like, I'm not saying that the concepts themselves aren't engaging, but if the characters aren't compelling, it's almost like anybody could have done this. Like, I definitely am of the mind that everything has been done under the sun before, and bringing a genuine telling and something that's got human empathy and conviction behind it is kind of the key to making something that's worth reading, or that's going to connect with people. And that's definitely the approach that I took with Warhead, where, in all honesty, like, as far as like designing the characters, I just kind of did what felt natural and fun for me when conceiving of the world. But the world itself, since it's post-apocalyptic, the matrix for it was already there. It's reality, but just slightly different. So I am actually pretty unseasoned when it comes to world building as a whole. I don't do a lot of it. I will when I, you know, do more monster work, like what I'm working on, or like I have this concept that I'm working on that's like Oni girl stuff, you know, like, and kind of like monsters and mythologies, kind of like doing, again, sort of like human stuff, because like, again, the nature of human experience and emotion is kind of so engaging for me that honestly, you'll find me watching more like day-to-day drama stuff than you will find me watching like action fantasy stuff.
Right.
That's because that's just how I roll. I as far as like building the world itself, yeah, I had the core concept of Adam. I did a painting when I was in film school in the UK, and so like the seed of where I conceived of Adam was like kind of intrinsically tied to that location in London. And then I wrote a novel in like a year and a half that may never see the light of day because it was very terrible.
The first one hardest. You're good.
I wrote it longhand, so transcribing
Good for you. Wow.
It helped me focus. So that's kind of like why I wanted to, that writing that novel was less so like a practice in executing something well, and it was more so an exercise in diligence, in making myself sit down and write like 10 pages a day or 20 pages a day or however many, or like giving myself a quota for a week and making sure I hit that quota no matter what, even if it wasn't the best work, just making sure I got the work done. And then after that, kind of like in the margins of my notebooks, I kind of had this idea with Adam. And initially when I drew him, he kind of like, I'll try and sketch it out because it's been a long time and I don't know where the original is anymore. But it was kind of like a sad skeleton man with it was like his head was actively exploding in a mushroom cloud.
Oh, cool.
And he was like very sad, but he had like a skeleton face. And I was like, I felt like there was something there because like clearly it's like the final piece to like some sort of narrative. But I didn't really know what it was like at the outset. And so, as I was writing this other novel that I might go back and edit it. I don't know. It was very raw. And there are some like neat concepts in there that I wouldn't mind revisiting, but the book would either have to be edited very heavily, which I'm not. There's been so much downtime between when I started it and now that I probably wouldn't be particularly attached to anything. So it would be a very easy edit because I'd be like, oh no, this is trash. It needs to go. Out with you.
My friend RJ would say that the only way to write a novel would be longhand. She probably wouldn't say the only way, but that's how she writes her first drafts are always longhand. And then it's in the transcription that she edits a lot of that stuff out. So it's definitely something to consider. We are about 15 minutes in, and there are a couple of questions. So the first one is Sally. Sally, she asking who's doing the drawing, and it's Katrina. Katrina Kunstman. She is. She's not. Her picture is not up, but you can go to the Wannacon.com site, and I believe there's a picture of her on there. There's definitely a link, but her work is amazing, and it's. I remember meeting her the first time, and I was actually quite nervous because I loved her work so much that my friend Dave Baker brought me over there to see her at a con, and I was like, I love work is good. And then I sat back under her table for like an hour, and we just like started chit-chatting years ago, probably when I first started doing shows, maybe like 2016 or 17.
Yeah, it was about then. Yeah.
So I have to ask, so since neither of you are thinking about the worlds when you first started writing these universes, I have a question that I'm going to throw to both of you, which is, now that you've been doing it for a while, how do you not break the world? Because I've written now 13 books, I guess four collections of 12 books total, and then the 13th book, making somewhere between 5 and 13 books in this God's verse. And I did not think about it beforehand. I had written one graphic novel, Katrina Hates the Dead, and I decided to turn that into a series. And then I connected it with this other book, Pixie Dust. And like, it was very haphazard. And I feel like most of my life now is just crossing my fingers and hoping that like when I go back and look at all of the world building notes that I have, that I didn't irrevocably break the universe. So do you have any strategies or ways that you go about making sure that you're in continuity? Do you read everything every time you do it? Do you have a Bible, or what do you do to make sure the universe doesn't get broken?
I call it my holy grail. I have a million of these notebooks that just has this whatever is important, so names, terminology. This is like a newer one. Behind me, I have an armoire that has a front drawer just that's filled with them. But yeah, so like for example, when I'm writing a big series, like I said, I write every single day. I've made this into my full-time thing, whereas in the past it wasn't. But now I write every single day, so it's always fresh. So as long as I'm writing consistently, it stays okay for me. Now that being said, I wrote these 2 books first, needed a break from them, just mentally needed a break. And then I went and wrote a 4-book series. When I came back to write the 3rd book, which was this one of the Halamasa series, I actually did need to refresh myself because it would have been a mess if I hadn't. That being said, that was when I started realizing I could start connecting my worlds. So that series is Connect. So these two are parallel universes, all controlled by Gaia. Was not the plan. Again, not the plan. So I live a little haphazardly as well. I'm like, this sounds cool. Let's do it. And then you pray to God, like, all right, so far so good. So far so good. Nether Isle, this series, this is my only standalone, which is great and not great because people love it, but then they want more, and there's not more for them. So what I ended up doing was crossing universes here as well, in a paranormal way. Yeah, so that book's new, so I'm still waiting for a little more feedback on that to see how I did on that one. But people seem to like it. People love the series, and I think it's fun for me to keep my characters alive in various ways. But yeah, to not break the world, that's a good question. So far, like I said, living on a prayer over here.
Yeah, because you have the all the like disparate notebooks, right? But like, do you have to go back to each? Do you know what's in each one's and where each one is, or?
Yes, so I know which books are in which notebook. So I remember them by the covers. Like this one's the flower, so this has the Tooth Fairy in it. It has the Dark Fairy Tale collection I'm currently writing. There's one, like I know the Hall of Moss is in a book with a wave on it. It's a notebook with a wave on it. You know, just happened to be the notebook I had at the time. But once you open it, it looks like a whole bunch of scribbling. You know, you're kind of like, oh shoot, I don't remember where I wrote the name of that person and what powers they have, or you know, like, or what the rules are of this, that, or the other thing. So I tend to, as I'm writing and I realize I'm going back and forth to the same page in my notebook a lot as references, I'll put huge stars in it. I'll highlight it. I'll like bend down the corner of the page so I know where to find the important stuff. I have a lot of beta readers, and I try to keep this, like finding an editor sometimes is tough that can stick around for all the books, because once you start writing lots of books, people can't sometimes keep up. Or they move on with their lives, they end up doing a different job. So I try to keep the same editor through a series. That has been really tough in the past couple years. So I've been switching people. I've had editors jumping on before. So then you are really banking on your own self and also your beta readers to help you on the continuity stuff, because your editor isn't going to be able to if they didn't read the stuff prior. And, you know, I'm not paying them to read it. So
Yeah. Well, let me show you. I actually, this is what I do. So I have this document, which has literally every piece of lore from the universe in it, all like in different sections, so I can search, so it's searchable.
yeah.
And then every time I finish a book, either me or hopefully my editor, I'm not sure, I'll ask her later, will has all of the relevant plot places where they are. I just literally copy and paste from the book into this and then make it searchable. So that's how I have decided to not break the universes. But it's not easy. How about you, Katrina? What do you do to make sure your universe isn't broken?
That's going to happen later. And that's going to be, I don't want to say a challenge, but I've been trying to figure out how to handle some of the stuff that happens later. Right now for me, like, it's more so like smaller continuity things and loose ends, like, because I do tend to write off the cuff. I don't want to say necessarily, but like I will do kind of like a glorified beat sheet when I write and just be like, yeah, this thing happens on this page and this thing happens on this page. And I'm getting a little bit better about writing the dialogue out so that I have space for it and like remember what people are saying on certain pages before I go back and letter or when I go back and letter. But I don't want to say it hasn't always been that way. It was like I still work very freeform when it comes to making Warhead. And so I might have something because everything's so subtle, kind of in like what happens and how the characters interact in a lot of ways that if I decide that the kind of start of a thread of a certain arc doesn't necessarily need a payoff or isn't worth it, if like that one loose end is hanging there, that loose thread, like it's okay. Because I'm pretty not guilty, but I'm pretty good about killing my darlings very often. Where like I had this idea of like a certain scene was going to play out, and I was like really attached to it, and it was going to be really surreal, and it was going to be really wicked, and then it like came to the night, and I was like, this is not going to work. Like, it doesn't tonally match where we've arrived now and where Adam's character arc is now. Like, at the start of the series, yeah, it totally would have made sense. But now it doesn't make sense anymore. And so out that scene goes. And kind of similarly, like, there have been certain events that have happened with Adam that, like, will have a payoff later. But, like, the tonal shift has kind of been such that, like, I'm going to have to work harder on kind of not finagling, but incorporating it in a way that feels justified and feels kind of correct and not earned, but like it works correctly and properly in the context of the rest of the story, tonally speaking.
No, that makes total sense because you're writing the outline or you're designing the thing before you've written the book, and a lot of times I think that those threads don't get resolved specifically, even though I outline everything. You get to the point in the book and you're like, well, that's not going to work. Why did I think that was going to work? That's so stupid. And my wife thinks it's crazy that like that writers, most writers that I know, say that like the work guides them at some point. And like, so your characters are doing stuff and like meeting people that aren't in your outline and doing things. And then you're like, well, they can't do that now. So what do I do? Like, what do I do?
Yeah, no, exactly. As far as like rule breaking and maintaining the world in like other respects, God, honestly, the closest that I could have come was like that novel that I wrote, where there was like an empathetic or empathic tattoo artist where she could basically like tattoo like your soul, like what your soul, a signification of your soul, like a representation of it onto your skin. And then you would kind of like be more whole. But she like her powers kind of like developed over the course of the story. And I had to kind of like handle that and not curtail it, but like manage it correctly and kind of like put stop gaps in place to where like she wasn't OP as heck. And like, Deus Ex Machina, basically. And that was challenging.
I think that one of the best answers for me, I don't know, Nikki, you can weigh in on this, is like, it's magic. Like I do fantasy. So like when something really breaks the world, like, or like something has happened that shouldn't have happened, I can always fall back on, well, like it's magic and like something happened off screen.
Yeah. I tend to say when I'm writing, like what you were saying before was so funny to me because I have an A to B. I have a pretty general outline. Like I tend to outline chapter by chapter. I won't do the whole, I know how I want the story to end, but I won't give myself such rules and restrictions. And then I say my fingers have brains. So as I'm typing, I'm just like, what's happening? Oh my gosh. Like who is this person? And then suddenly I'm searching new names because I'm like, there's a character here and they don't have a name. I didn't plan for them, So, yeah, but for sure, like especially when you're in a fantasy world, like there's always usually there's some realm of magic, or if it's a dystopia, like for example, I have a story that's all about a futuristic addiction that turns people into monsters. And like, there's wiggle room there too. If you're dealing with monsters, it doesn't always have to be. So like you want that human element, like you want people to be able to relate, but you also can twist it a little, magical realism.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, I do. This is how I outline, just so people can see. If you guys don't know how to having problems outline, it's very simple. I do every 1,000 words. So this is going to be about 120,000 word outline, and every 1,000 words, I'll just write what I think will be a scene. And roughly in one of my books, scenes are about 1,000 words, and another they're about 2,000 words. So this allows me to do like one sentence about what I think will happen in that 1,000 words, but still have enough room. And then roughly every 6,000 and 10,000 words, every 10,000 words for sure, these bolded ones are major beats that I have to hit. Otherwise, the story won't make sense. So a lot of these are like how we get from point A to point B, and I don't really care about that. But I do very much care about like that the main beats are hit. Otherwise, the story won't have the pacing that I want.
Yeah, I found it so important to have, like, with time, like any writer can agree that with time you get better. Every book you write, you become a better writer, primarily through the editing process, actually really only through the editing process and the feedback process as well. But I've learned, every chapter has to have a purpose, whether it's character development, a plot twist, something, but it has to have a purpose. A lot of early or first time writers or, just getting into it will, ramble and ramble and ramble. And there's a whole lot going on with a whole lot of nothing going on at the same time. You're reading, you're like, what is the point of this? So I think it is so important. I think it's a great way to do it, because if you are working it, 1,000 words by 1,000, each 1,000 count, that it's important. Otherwise, why would it be in the outline? It's
Right.
not you rambling on about what someone looks like, or, what how the tree works. I found one technique I started using a lot in my newer novels is adding descriptive narrative within the dialogue. So instead of having to have huge blocks of narration, which can get boring. It can be great, but it can be really boring as well. You can have action, dialogue, and narration all happening at once, which also condenses the book as well. So you're not writing a huge book, you're writing a much more condensed but like action-packed book, which is not everyone's style. Not some people want all of that detail, and that's fine too. But for some of my bigger world builds, there's so much to know and so much to digest that I find if I present it in a way that's exciting and fun, it's less like, oh God, no, I got to remember this and I got to remember that. Like, I can mention the same thing a couple of times in a different way throughout the dialogue versus one time in a block. And I hope you remember that,
Yeah. Well, one time, I think what's really important is that it is very hard to do a long read of like really long paragraphs. I remember I was reading Infinite Jest, and they had like one paragraph that was 10 pages long, and I'll never forget it, or never forgive that author for like writing that book. He was trying to break the format, so like that was literally the point of the book.
Right,
but it was quite hard to read. Whereas if you can break up things that are important to the writer or reader to see, then and associate it with different lines of dialogue, it becomes easier to talk about. But more importantly, I have found that the less the less you reveal in a scene, the more people actually empathize and like can make the story their own, and then the more they like it. So a lot of times I'll write something really long, and then I'll be like, well, like I really want the people to imagine what this place is, so I will cut almost all of it or a lot of it, or just leave like the traces of what I think the most important pieces are, so that they can imagine what it is. And I actually got this from H.P. Lovecraft, because he does this thing where, for instance, like the color out of space, he will literally just say an unimaginable color. And that's it. That's all you get. Is like an unimaginable color was, and from that, it's so much more horrific, because you're allowing each person to inhabit what is horrible or magical or wonderful or terrible about a place or a character, with just leaving the bones that they need to know for the place to make sense.
It's kind of like just in life in general, less is usually more. You give them what they need. They got to have something there to build their own, use their imagination around it. But it's really true. Like my fatal flaw when I first started was over describing things and just going too much into it. And my first editor was awesome, and he would tell me, he's like, "We got it. You're good. We got it. You don't have to keep doing it." And it's like, "Oh, okay, huh, all right." And the first one's the hardest, as a writer, your first book you're very sensitive about, and you don't want to cut anything out. You think it's all important. Now I'm ruthless. I just is like, nope. Like take advice and like be able to digest it and then decide if it's good or bad. But in the beginning, that's the one thing a lot, like when I'm at shows and beginner writers come up to me or hopeful authors that wish to publish, and I'm like, just be ruthless with yourself. That's the best thing you can do. It's like, read it, pretend you're not yourself when you read it, I guess is probably the best way to go about it. But yeah, no, I think it's the best to use imagination. I have in my Hala Moss's book, I have 7 champions of nature. So there's 7 women from all over the globe. And in the first book, you don't really know that, and you're reading Juniper. And I made trading cards for them. So I actually hired artists, and I got all the girls drawn out and they're beautiful. But then at one of my shows, someone came up and they had imagined the main character different. And I'm like, oh no, that wasn't my intention. I'm like, okay, well, you just keep imagining her however you saw her and don't get the trading card, like do whatever you gotta do. But that's, trade-off, you want to have fun materials for readers to have, but then it's like you ruin what they imagined themselves sometimes. But yeah.
Well, that's one of the magic of books compared to comic books. I want to come back over to Katrina, but with books, it's such a personal experience. Every single person who's ever read one of my books has had a different experience reading it, which is not the same with comics. With comics, you're laying out the visual style for everybody, which is one of the reasons I think comics is so much more collaborative with their fandoms, because everyone starts in the same base place, whereas everybody starts in a much different place when they read a novel, because it's so much of it is in their memory. Before I go back to Katrina, though, one of the people asked what the tattoo book is called.
Oh, I'm cursed. It's been a long time.
Oh, no, sorry. Yes.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, if there's interest in it, I could go back and edit it, since I have been feeling a pull to writing a little bit. I had a seed of an idea for a novella last week that I've been toying with executing, but it's called Cinderbomb, and it's not out. It's on my Google Drive, collecting dust. But yeah, if there's people who are interested in it, I've been toying with putting it up on Patreon as like a perk for a long time, since it's like 500 pages of work that are just hanging out. So yeah.
Well, this is a great time to talk. We're about halfway through this hour about each of the artists and where you can find them. Right now, on the bottom, Chiron, it has both of their websites, but if you can, well, I put your Patreon on there, Katrina. I figured that was the best way to go about it. So if you want to talk a little bit about what you guys offer and what you guys do, and where people should go and find your work, then maybe we can do that now, and then we'll do it again at the end.
Yeah. You can find me on patreon.com/warhead. And then I think Warhead Comic with a K, Warhead Comic, and then the last letters of K at Etsy, I believe. I'm somewhat embarrassed that I can't remember my own Etsy.
What do you offer on the Patreon?
The Patreon, you get pages 2 weeks in advance. You get print quality files of some of the illustrations I do. Like if I'm going to be releasing them for print anyway, and they're not just one-off illustrations, like you get a copy yourself that you can go and print. You get speed paints. Starting this month, what I've been doing is I've been doing 6 speed paints every month. So the first and third week of every month, I do Monster Mondays, I think Loki Tuesdays and Onigirl Wednesdays. And I release the image wide for everybody, but you guys get, as patrons, you get a 5 to 10 minute, depending on how long it is. Usually it takes me anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour to draw. And then you guys get kind of the fruits of that. You get to watch it in fast time. And then next month, I'm probably going to be doing kind of like more like slow down and kind of like walk you through the decisions, or like where things went wrong and why I changed things from the initial sketch. And then I'm also going to be doing kind of like greatest failures instead of like greatest highlights, kind of like this is why this didn't work and why I never finished it, kind of like walkthroughs of a few illustrations. And then those 6 speed paints, I'm going to be printing them off as 8x8 little like mini prints, like 8" by 8" or 4" by 4", depending on what's going to be the most affordable option. But because they're 8" by 8", I draw them 8" by 8". But to mail off to everybody affordably, it's probably going to be 4" by 4". You, the patrons, get a vote on like which one you guys want printed off every month, and then everybody gets a copy of that print. I'm going to be doing 1 watercolor raffle per month. So each person who's a patron above, I think, $5 or more, you guys get to like get the option of putting your name in, basically, to like get that watercolor mailed off to you with your little mini print. And then people who back, I think, at $5 or more per month, they also get the option of being drawn in as a background character in each Warhead issue when the option is available. Because there are a lot of like crowd scenes. So if there's a crowd scene in an issue, which invariably there is one, you can get drawn in as a object head, animal head, or monster head of your choice, or I can just go buck wild. And those are always fun because, especially if the patron has an idea, because wow, there are only so many objects you can put as a head that will like fit in a comic panel feasibly. And there are not a lot of them. Like I can look around the room right now and be like, what could I put on somebody's head?
Right.
None of these work. It's a back scratcher. That's not going to fit. You know, like it's a pencil. It's not going to fit. So I'm always happy when patrons are like, I want this. And I'm like, that's so weird, but thank you. Because I'm so dry. I'm so burnt. I have no other ideas of like what to make people into. So
I should say that when I set this up, Katrina was not affected by the Emerald City show, but both of us were going to be vendors at Wannacon, and so that was canceled yesterday. Mm-hmm. So it has been a big blow to both of us. I estimate that I've lost about $8,000 over the course of the shows that have canceled for me based on last year's performance. And Nikki, though, was going to come to Emerald City, was going to fly across the country, had a booth at Emerald City, and I actually have the new dates for Emerald City. Do you want to hear them?
Yes.
So we just got an email while we were on air that it is rescheduled to August 21st to 23rd.
Okay. So the end
which is now only 3 days, not 4 days.
Oh, bummer. Okay. So right before Labor Day weekend?
Right before Labor Day weekend. And right before, I think that would be 4 consecutive shows in a row that I will have done if I do that one. So, Nikki, where can we find your work? I have NicoleneEvans.com as the place to go, but tell people what they can find over there.
So NicoleneEvans.com is my website. It has all my books. This is my dog. I don't know. Can you see him? Hold on. He just decided to join the podcast.
Hi. I love him.
Baba. So my website has all my books. So I have fantasy novels for adults. I have children's books about emotions for really people of all ages. So they're meant for children, but they're great. They're about grief, fear, and being brave, acceptance, and loving people for who they are. Those are the Spots books. I also have canvas prints. I am really into nature photography. So if you go over there, you'll see a whole bunch of 8x8 canvas prints of my photography. The trading cards, all my merch is on my website. I'm doing a really awesome deal right now because of the ECC cancellation. 20% off your entire order. So if you put in the code ECCC at the end of checking out, you get 20% off. Whatever you order, doesn't matter. But yeah, so everything's over there. I tend to keep my Instagram up to date. That's at Nicolene Novels on Instagram. There I post a lot of poetry. I have poetry books as well, so I didn't talk about those, but I do have poetry books. My Instagram tends to be nature photography and poetry, as well as updates about my shows, behind the scenes of my shows. But yeah, so that's pretty much where everything is, and you can find it all there.
Awesome. If there was one book for, let's say, an adult human, not a child, not like a kid, where would you think that they should start for your work? Or anywhere, like if someone came to your table and was like, I love fantasy books, what book should I get? What would you recommend to them?
I would first ask, that's great. What is your favorite genre of fantasy? So my thing is that I've kind of touched on quite a few subgenres of fantasy at this point. So like, for example, I have a high fantasy world build, which is this one. I don't always point people in this direction because of the main character being so controversial, but Orwell's about a man made of stone who finds a heart made of glass. He goes on an adventure with this little map on the back, and you get a quest of him meeting all these creatures in different lands as he tries to find the owner of the glass heart. It's a story about redemption. He does something awful, and you get to watch him try to figure out if he's a bad person. Am I a monster? Can I be forgiven? So if you like a really deep, meaty read, that one. I have a lot of people who love Haman, so this one's set in Russia, and it's about a futuristic addiction that takes over the country and turns people into these monsters. So sometimes people see this and they're like, that is who I am. And they're like, a dark twist on Anastasia, that usually they're like, okay, yes, I'm vibing with that. The other adult one would be Hollow Mosses. This one's interesting. I never plan on anything, but this one has taken on a life of its own, where this one always sells out now when Matt shows. This one is about a woman who thinks the trees are talking to her. So she's like, I'm losing it. But then supernatural things happen and she realizes that maybe she's not as crazy as she thought. This is the one with the champion. So there's a whole girl power, global women from all over the world that end up having to, it's a nature dystopia. So, but yeah, so one of those three is usually where I direct the adults.
Awesome. So it sounds like if you are a fan of Wannabe Press's work and you liked Ichabod Jones' Monster Hunter, you probably would like Orwell because it's very similar in the dark like redemption tone of like if someone bad redeem themselves. If you are more a Katrina fan, probably the last one that you said, which my brain just that one.
Okay.
Yes, would be more of your jam. But yeah, you should make sure to go over to NicoleneEvans.com, and I'm going to put Katrina's up as well for Katrina, patreon.com/Warhead, or look up Warhead. She does have a bunch of her stuff as just a webcomic that you can read. And it's quite good. I love it. I mean, I can't even say it's quite good. It's excellent. I really love Katrina's work. So I'm going to put this back.
Sorry, my program crashed.
No, let me know. Let me. I'll see when I'll put it back up when it's back up.
It's back up.
Cool. All right. Let's see. Boop. There we go. Cool. All right. So we've got about 20 minutes left. I'm going to get you out of here a little bit early from the hour. But so we talked about how to start building a world, and we talked about how to not break a world. But do you have any tips about like how to populate the world with interesting characters?
For me, kind of like what we were saying before, I have my main characters planned out. I know who the main players are. I do find there needs to be contrast to make it interesting. So actually with Orwell, that I ended up, there's a whole commentary here about social class, but it's all about people made of stone. So it's like you're a purebred, you're like a half breed, you're a merc. So, but it's a positive commentary. So by the end, it's a very positive commentary. So the character pops up that is one of the mercs, and it's all the different types of stones blend together. But until he enters the light, you don't actually see how beautiful he is, and they keep them hidden in the caves so that nobody knows. But the main character goes on this journey. He sees them in the light. I actually had to end up going backwards and fixing their dynamic because it wasn't working. So sometimes when I write, you'll get to the end and kind of like the whole like not breaking a world or making sure that everything is as you want it to be. There's plenty of times you have to go and just fix the dialogue to make sure that it's as impactful and meaningful as you meant it to be. So I had to fix their bantering. But yeah, so I kind of find my characters just appear as they're needed. I don't know. I kind of put it out into the universe and I'm like, all right, let's do this. I know what the meaning is. I know what the message is. I know what I, as an author, am trying to get across. And then usually if I just kind of keep that vibe and just stay focused, it all kind of falls into place for me. I've had plenty of times it doesn't, but I kind of just go into it full force, just like running. I just run right into it.
Awesome. So you really start with like a world, a theme, and a character, and then you let the rest of it kind of decide itself.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I know what needs to happen. Like, so I do know like the end point, so that way I'm not, 500,000 words later. Like, I don't know how to conclude this, but I have an end point. But yeah, I kind of just let it happen naturally. Like, I really do think my fingers have brains sometimes. I don't know.
Well, I think that like
wild. So
yeah, we don't like for me, I feel like the monkey part of my brain or lizard brain part of it is always processing in the background, and like it's not an active, like I can't tell it to think, but it's always doing its thing. And then when I'm writing, it's like taking all of the inputs that I put into it over the books that I read and the media I consume and the things that I think about, and then like it's like done so much work for me that even that when I'm writing, it does feel like I'm like being guided by a invisible hand. But yeah. I think it's probably just that like lizard brain that has done all of the work computing this and knows where it wants to go, whereas my like conscious brain is only a very small part of that whole overall experience.
It's kind of like I'll be writing, and sometimes I don't know if I want to call it tunnel vision, but it's kind of like everything else goes away. If I'm having a really good writing day, everything else goes away, and I don't black out. That sounds ridiculous, but like I kind of just like I just become one with the page, and it just sort of happens. That's a good writing day. Not every day is that like focused and zeroed in, but whenever that happens, I'm like, whoa, you know, an hour or a couple hours, I'm like 3,000 words, yes, you know, like that was a good day. But yeah, I'm always very grateful when that type of flow happens. But yeah, I think it is like a kind of like a zone it all out. Turn the phone over, you know, don't let anyone distract you. But
For sure. How about you, Katrina? How do you populate your characters besides just looking at random things and making them humans in your world?
I mean, that's more so like for crowd scenes. As far as characters that actually have any sort of role or interaction with any of the characters, I kind of just try and assume their point of view, where they're not necessarily the main character in their own narrative, but that they have their own wants and needs, and to kind of craft them in such a way to where like not craft them, but like, you know, make sure like if I do have like a couple key points for each character, if they're newer or if they don't really have as much history in the story as Adam or C or Sigrid, who are kind of like the main three that you're introduced to in issue 1, as well as some of Adam's friends like Topher and Duel, where like they have their own motives and their own goals, and like Adam is like cursory to it. And so like all of their you know interactions with Adam and other characters are informed by that, where like, you know, if Adam's having a bad day and he's talking to Duel about it, like Duel's trying to be supportive, or like if Adam needs him for something, like Duel's going to be supportive, but he's not necessarily going to go out his way because that's going to hinder his own prerogative, even if we don't see it. It's not necessarily him being antagonistic. It's just like, yo, dude, I have you know like an exam on like biochemistry next Wednesday. I can't go do things with you. You know, like it's not informed in that sort of like tense way, whereas like a different concept like my Monster Mafia concept, like that is like a noir concept that I'm going to be launching later this year, and that, you know, the character motivations are going to be more tightly sculpted to the flow of the plot line, and it's still going to have character velocity, and it's still going to be a character based piece. However, it's not going to be like as
Nuanced?
yeah, and nuanced and emotionally driven. And you know, similar to Nicole, like I know how Warhead ends, and I've known since like the get-go how it's going to end. And pretty much all of my concepts, like I have like a start point and I have an end point. Usually I have an end point in mind, and like maybe a few key points or like turning points or like nodes where I know like, okay, this has to happen in order for us to get to like point Z. And kind of not necessarily like making sure the characters do what they're supposed to get there, but like staying true to the characters, staying true to the story, and making sure that their decisions are appropriate and their responses are appropriate for the situation. And that can be honestly a little bit challenging because especially like in an action-based situation, like a mafia story, like I'm kind of a weenie baby. And I wouldn't do a lot of the things that like an action-based noir monster lady would do. I'd be like, oh, I'm going to go home and have tea. I'm not going to go do that. And so like really putting myself in the position of a character who would be like, I will go slit that man's throat. It's kind of hard to like do it and not have the character flinch, you know, and like do it authentically and do it genuinely and true to the situation and who they are. And it's not like a challenge, but it's kind of like really having to like push my own attitude and predisposition towards certain situations aside, and not thinking about things from like what I would do, where like Adam's emotional parabola kind of mirrors my own more similarly, not in like an actuality, but like his reaction to stuff is kind of a little bit definitely colored by like how I would do things, but so are other characters. And so it's also helpful for me to like view characters as like different facets of my personality, where like, you know, that's how I would behave in situation B where I didn't have these constraints on me, or situation, you know, like G, where like I didn't know these certain people who I would ask to do this task rather than do it myself. So I don't want to say that it's like advanced compartmentalization, but it sort of is. And yeah, or I'll kind of pull from people I know if if I'm lacking for template, so to speak, for a character. But still, like, I don't want to just like put my best friend in a story, because that could be weird for them, especially if like I really heavily lean on their personality.
People
So
ask all the time. They're like, "Did you base this off someone? Is it based off you?" And it's like, even if it is, nope. Nope.
I mean, I'll usually say, like, if it is, like, there is a character in Warhead that is absolutely like my self-insert, sort of like in how she looks, or if she's kind of like the monster idealized version of myself, and kind of her snippiness, huh?
That's so cool. Monster idealized version of yourself. I love that. That's so
Yeah,
cool.
and it's like if somebody asks, like, "Is that you?" I'll be like, "Yes." And
Right.
she's not the main character. In fact, she's kind of like, she's not the antagonist for the main character, but she's kind of like his foil in his living situation. And so, like,
But she's the best character of the whole
yeah,
thing. She's
yeah,
so that's what I was wondering, because I wanted to ask you about, like, because the bad guys in your stories tend to not actually be bad. They just tend to be like having different motivations than the main character.
right.
And sometimes what I really love is there's a moment where, I don't know if I should ruin this just this part. There's a part where Adam does something really shitty, like to his best friend who he's been working with, or one of his close friends he's been working with. And as you're working up to it, you think that Adam is the good guy, like Adam's you're seeing the world through Adam's perspective. And then he goes back to talk to his friend after he like has a little bit of success, and his friend is like, "What are you talking about? Like, it's my idea." And like you suddenly, like, your whole like vibe drops, because you're like, "Oh yeah, Adam is like not the good guy. He's just one of the people that inhabit this world." And it's not a lovely moment. It's a heartbreaking moment, but it's also a very lovely moment.
I like to, I shouldn't say pretty much, I very much like how Miyazaki tells his stories, where like there aren't really any antagonists necessarily. There's just like a bunch of people motivated by their own goals, and those goals are at cross purposes. So like Princess Mononoke is like a really good example of that, where like no one is necessarily bad. You can make an argument for like the monk priest who works for the emperor. He's probably like the meanest person and the most like self motivated person there, whereas like, but he still isn't, like, he understands why other people are doing their thing, and so, but his motivation is greater because like his life experience has informed him that you have to look out for number one, whereas like the rest of the characters in that story, like they have not necessarily a greater purpose, but their motivations are for like other people as well as themselves. And I always try and kind of like, I think because I have such an affection for monsters and for like underdogs and outcasts and people who have like morally gray areas in storytelling, that like it's really easy for me to like look at a character and be like, I understand why they're doing that. Even if it's wrong, I get where their motivation is coming from. I wouldn't do that. And it's still objectively not cool what they're doing, but I get why they're doing it. And so that's another way that like my writing is kind of informed by being like, well, why are they doing this thing? Even if it's a terrible thing, why are they doing it? If they view themselves as a victim, that's really easy justification for why they're doing that thing. Or like self-aggrandizing behavior. They've never, had anyone to praise them or like give them love when they were younger. So, they like puff up their ego, but inside they're really scared, like tropes aren't bad, and kind of leaning into those tropes of, that kind of underdog, morally gray area. Like it's a really easy gateway, analyzing characters like that, to understand the motivations for any character, even like some guy who like, gives your character the stink eye on the street. It's like he could be having a bad day. And, who knows, from that seed, you might find a completely different story or like offshoot or off branch. And, as far as like me doing C and Sigrid, who are my like bisexual, pansexual, lesbian power couple or like queer power couple in Warhead. Like me creating them was totally self-motivated. It was me wanting to have a queer couple that has a healthy relationship, that is comfortable in their sexuality, and like they're gonna have a bigger role later on, but like I didn't want any sort of like LGBTQ pain or shame or like homophobia to be like the center of their story.
Right.
I wanted them to be like a happy, contented couple. They hate their roommate, but like, you know, like that's not, I didn't want their suffering to like be in any way like the center of that, and to like have this like really awesome, you know, queer, you know, monster couple, which at the point in time when I made Warhead, I hadn't seen enough of. Now it's like everywhere, and that's fabulous. But
That is fabulous.
Yeah.
So we are going to have to pretty much leave it there. I would like to ask you guys a question as we lead out, which is the question I always end my podcast, and I think it is a relatively good question to end here. So I'd like for each of you to spend a minute and give your best piece of advice that you found about writing or making things, and then one more plug for where we can find you, any discount codes you might have, and then we'll say goodbye and get ready for the next group. Do you want to start? I'm going to start with you, Katrina, because you had the last talk, and then we'll give Nikki the last word.
All right.
Unless you don't have anything yet, and then I can go.
No, I mean, I do. And I think that I don't want to say that it's just like the Nike swoosh, just do it, because that's like an oversimplification of it. But I would say don't be scared to start. And don't let your anxiety about the caliber of your work be an impediment that keeps you from creating the projects you want to create. Whether that anxiety is from like, well, somebody already did that neat magic dragon thing that you thought was really unique. That's okay. You're going to have a unique expression of that by, you know, being genuine to the story form that's unique to you, or the art style, or, you know, like what the character's story is, not necessarily the concept of, you know, unto itself. Or if you feel your writing isn't good enough or your art isn't good enough yet, like don't let that be something that's going to keep you from starting to do the thing. I had never made a comic before Warhead. I toyed with a webcomic on DeviantArt when I was in high school, like 10 years before I started Warhead, and that was it. And I went to film school and I learned a lot. It really informed the tonal flow of that comic, because it reads a lot like a movie or a storyboard, more so than it does like a comic. And that's one of the things that I think makes Warhead unique. But, you know, I didn't let the fact that I had no experience stop me. I was like, okay, I'm going to do this thing, and I'm just going to learn along the way. And my art style improved exponentially because I was drawing 2 pages a week. Or, you know, like when I started freelancing full time with comic work, I started sitting down and drawing comics all the time. And that I started being able to freelance because I had 3 to 4 issues of Warhead behind me that proved I had staying power. And, you know, that diligence, that determination, and that practice that you get just by making your work and getting feedback from it by putting it out there, like that's really, really valuable. And
awesome. And where can we find you?
You can find me at patreon.com/warhead. And then I will be putting up a link to my Etsy on there publicly, so you can go there and you can find my Etsy. And again, I'll put the discount code just for you guys who came to this, the Wannacon, not talk, but I guess live stream. And yeah, you guys will get, if you become patrons, you'll get all the goodies that I talked about earlier and some new stuff that I'm cooking up that'll be releasing this year.
Wonderful. And Hot Chantel had some, and DTH 1971 had some very nice things to say about your art. One of them said, nice design on the right, which is the hand one. And then Hot Chantel said, the hand monster gives me an idea for DCC RPG. So yeah, make sure to go over to her site and look for her work. Nikki, we'll give you the last word.
Okay, so advice. definitely believe in yourself. It's really easy as a writer to feel a lot of self-doubt and not be sure if you're good enough, or it's a long process to write a novel. It takes your whole entire heart and soul to get it to the end, and then there's a whole process of editing. Another piece of advice: take the editing seriously. I hear about too many authors who don't. They just use their friends. That's great. It's great to have beta readers, but you need someone professional to look at your stuff, because especially if you're going to self-publish, make sure you're putting out quality work, for all of our sakes. But yeah, so I think it's good. Editing's important. Believe in yourself. And my big thing is, like, I feel like writing saves my soul all the time. It keeps me alive. It gives me a purpose. So if that's how you feel about it, do it. Don't stop. You'll always get better. The longer you do writing, you grow from book 1 to book 20. You'll be a better writer from every single book going forward. So just keep at it. Yeah, so this has been really, really cool. My website, nicoleneevans.com. All my books are there. I'm doing a discount code right now. The discount code is ECCC. You put that in as you check out for my website. So you get 20% off of whatever you buy. The discount goes towards everything on my website. So.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you guys so much for coming. And we're going to not break for the rest of this, but we're going to then take you guys offline and reset for the next people. So don't go anywhere. All right. And I will be right back after these words from nobody. But just give me a second. And we are back with the second hour of Wannacon. I am going to bring on now Camry and David Avalone. Hi, Camry. Can you hear me? And then I cannot hear you. I'm going to bring on David and see if... Hi, David.
Hey, how you doing, Russell?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm still working out my lighting situation.
No worries. I'm going to try and find... Oh, that looks so much worse.
I know, right?
That one looks better.
You like that one?
Can you guys hear me now?
All glary.
Yes, I can. Hi, Camry.
Hi,
Camry.
nice to finally talk to you, Russell.
Yes, I'm so excited for doing this. We got through 2 now that did not explode. I don't know why I was expecting just my whole computer to crash and that blue screen to come across and just everyone then to hate me. But so far, that hasn't happened, I think.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Live streaming can be nerve-wracking. You don't know what's going to go wrong.
But this, I have to say, I'm going to give a shout out to StreamYard. They've made it actually pretty painless. So awesome. There is one person's link, and I'm going to put the next person's link on here so that we can just have everybody in one thing, and then save, and then let's see. All right. So next up, we have my good friends David and Camry. And first things first, let us introduce ourselves. We'll start with you, David, and then go to Camry.
Introduce ourselves. I'm David Avalone. I write comic books. I was in film for a long time, and now I write comic books, largely for Dynamite. I did Betty Page and Elvira and Doc Savage and The Shadow and a bunch of other characters. And I also have a self-published project that I co-created with Kevin Eastman called Drawing Blood, which the first trade collection of that is coming out at the end of April.
Yeah, and you guys just went through Diamond for that whole run, right?
We did. We did that last summer. I actually just, because Hope Springs Eternal, I just sent a package off to the Eisner Committee.
Me too. I have that same amount of hope. I think we all have to, because
Sure.
it does happen that
Sure.
small books from single publishers get nominated for Eisners. So I always think that it's going to happen to me, because if you don't apply, I actually have a story about it. Do you know Norm Harper?
No, I don't think I do.
So he writes Hap Haven, but his first book was Ricky, and he didn't know he could just apply to WonderCon to the Eisners, and so he did, and he got nominated from his first book. He only had one book out. It was great.
Right. Yeah. No, it's anything is possible. I'm certainly willing to give it a shot. So
yeah. Absolutely. Okay, so Camry, do you want to talk a little bit about your work? Camry is our artist for this hour.
Yeah, I just started out with comic books. I actually co-own a studio here in Port Angeles called Pugmera Studio. We do a lot of small cons around the area, and we have 2 very short small books published, Pugmera, his debut, and our flip book, which includes a story written by Braden Cox, and Sagittarius Killer, which is illustrated by me and written by Braden. Right now, we're working on My Grandma's a Demon Slayer, which is our biggest next project. It's going to be 40 plus pages. I just personally do a lot of illustration here and there. I really love comic books, and I've been drawing for a very long time and doing comic books as long as I can remember. So it's always been a dream of mine. But yeah, I'm just an artist, really passionate about comic books and just breaking into the actual industry.
Yeah, awesome. And what are you designing for us this hour?
Actually, I have been considering doing a coloring book. I consistently have a lot of people telling me oh, I really love to color your stuff. I actually brought in a few pieces that me and my friends did. They're all witches, so I was gonna make a witches coloring book just with a bunch of different interesting weird creatures, and my friends color them. We hang out and I draw and they color. So yeah, so that's what I'm kind of doing, is I'm going to be designing some witches.
Awesome. That sounds great. And David also has some experience with witches with the works that he's doing right now. I don't know. Elvira has powers, right, in this comic book?
No, Elvira is just a normal lady who's on television. She has it's complicated.
Well, we've got a whole hour. So
in the last arc, she got kidnapped by a bunch of witches in Orange County, California, because she had just escaped from hell and had absorbed some of what they called Luciferian energy. But it's not really a power. It's just more like her darkness is powerful in and of itself. So they tried to drain that out of her, and she ended up in a white dress for a couple of issues.
Yeah,
I actually was surprised that Cassandra was okay with being in a white dress for 2 issues, but she was fine with it.
And the thing about she's so game for doing anything. Those issues are completely bombastic and crazy. Both that one and the Betty Page stories are just so over the top and glorious.
Well, thank you. They are, Dave Acosta, who I have frequently collaborated with, said something to me years ago that still stays with me, which is, let comic books be comic books. write comic book stories. Go big, go big or go home. And I sort of, I have taken that to heart. And with Elvira, it's kind of a natural. I mean, she's an over the top personality. And Betty is set in a 1950s sci-fi movie milieu. So of course you want to go big and have alien invasions and all sorts of things.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you work on a licensed property? Like, how hard is every licensed property different? Are there any things? I know a lot of artists want to work on some sort of licensed property, and writers do too. How does the process work?
How the process works from the beginning is I'm asked by the editors at Dynamite to come up with a pitch. In the case of Elvira, there had actually been a previous team hired who did a pitch that was approved, and they wrote a script, which I read. It was perfectly fine, but for various reasons, it wasn't what Elvira wanted. And they reached out to me for it, and I did my homework like I usually do, and tried to figure out what I would want to do with the character. And with Elvira, because she's a horror hostess, I thought time traveling and meeting famous horror creators would be a funny way to go with her. And so I sent in that pitch, and God bless Dynamite, they're not very hands-on. My pitch might have been 3 paragraphs at that. It got approved, and I started writing. And I have to say, though, that after the first issue sold so well, they said, okay, there's going to be another 4-issue arc. And I didn't really have to get that one approved. I think I sent in a 1 sentence on that one and said, so next 4 after this, I think she's going to go to hell. And they were like, great, fine. But every license is different. When I did Twilight Zone, the Shadow's licensors were completely hands off. CBS, who owns Twilight Zone, was a little more, it has to be this kind of a story. They were concerned about me using real life celebrities, though honestly, they got the copyright laws exactly wrong in that sense. They didn't want me to use Orson Welles' name, but they were perfectly fine with Dave Acosta drawing his face. And actually, it's the likeness that's protected, not the name. So it's fine, though. Orson Welles' estate did not sue us or anything. But, like, for example, Dynamite has the James Bond license, and they have not yet let me play with that. But I'm just going to go out on a limb and guess that Eon Productions is way more controlling about what you do with James Bond than the Betty Page people are with what you do with Betty Page.
Right. Camry, I wanted to come over to you because I have watched your style develop so much over the last couple of years since I've known you, months since I've known you. I honestly don't know how long it's been. But especially in your sequential work, what have you learned in the past year about like doing sequential work that you could share with people who are maybe just starting their journey? That's different from just doing pinups or the work that you're doing now.
Oh God, I'd have to say the biggest lesson I've had to learn is visual storytelling without so many words. One big thing with a few anthologies that I've kind of subscribed to is I've noticed that with really short stories, like some people will, and I've done that too, where I just try to shove a bunch of text into a bubble to kind of like figure out the story. But with art, it's completely different when it comes to storytelling. Like with the new MGADs that I'm doing, I try really hard to tell the story through perspective and visual expressions, as well as like going from one panel to the next. I try to keep it a little bit consistent with what the other characters are doing in the background, because then it kind of flows the story better, which I've been kind of playing with. I don't know if this is too big for this thing here, but I have pages from MGADs. Let me see if I can just take this out here and show you guys.
I've got to say,
Like-
like the difference between that and the work that I was seeing from you, even a couple of months ago, is like seems like
yeah.
night and day.
With George Smith.
Yes.
Yeah, because, oh God, like with George Smith, I just kind of drew it up from my head and I just went on a wild ride. I did not plan it. I just went for it. And I feel like it's really obvious when you read through it, especially the comic book. I have 50 pages, but with the majority of the people who've read it, they've just been, this is very confusing. I have no idea what's going on. I'm like, oh, that is my fault because I am the artist and obviously you should know what's going on. But yeah, like with this page, this is when she's in the kitchen picking up her flashcards and she's like got them in her mouth and her mom can't understand her. But she yells and all the flashcards come out. And so the brother is sitting at the table. So I kind of show him like coming out from the table to go help her. And then kind of him coming closer. And then now he's with her, like helping her pick up the stuff. So it's like, and this middle panel right here wasn't here. Like I had her just like grab the food and then had her like eating. But I thought it would be funny if I put one in between of her just stuffing her mouth. So, yeah, I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos, especially like Walter Osley and Dan Cryley.
Oh, he just said that Camry is the best artist, actually.
Oh, really? Oh, how sweet. But I forget the guy who does Mickey Falls. I forget his name. I know his last name is Cryley, but I've been watching a lot of his YouTube videos as well. And he's just really good at explaining how visual storytelling can be used in a variety of really unique and interesting ways. So like, I'm just really trying to put my skills to the test because I really do want to put out a book that's worth reading and a book that I can look back on and be super proud of. Like there's a lot of perspective shots that I've been trying to get right.
I mean, your perspective is a huge improvement, even from just a couple of, like the George Smith book that I read of yours.
Oh yeah.
David, I would love. What do you do when you're writing a script to help guide the artist along to make sure that they're depicting the thing that you want them to depict?
I do. There's a lot that goes into it, and it really depends on the relationship with the artist and who the artist is and how much they need or even want. But the first thing I do on a comic is I start a Pinterest page with the name of the comic, and I upload every piece of reference I can think of, and especially anything that appears in the script. And a lot of times I've been writing period things, and I don't want an artist to even have to spend 2 minutes on Google. Well, you know, what did an Amtrak train look like in 1952? What did a phone look like? What clothes should Betty Page have on? So I try to provide costumes, faces, props, everything that I can think of, just so that all they have to do is draw and not spend too much time with research. Some of the artists, like Julius Oda, is also a huge research nerd, so he sort of meets me halfway on that stuff. But really, in terms of the page itself, I'll suggest panels and angles and what I think is the best choice for storytelling. I have absolutely no objection to a talented artist changing those things if their version works as well or better. Every once in a while, a storytelling detail will get lost because it's not at the top of their mind, and you have to say, no, if you do that, I can't see her hand, and her hand has the gun, so make sure the gun's in the frame. Stuff like, small things like that. I've had a great run of artists and great relationships with them, and almost everybody sends me pages, layouts when they do the layouts, and then inked pages as they finish, so that I can just say, yep, that works. That's great. That's what I had in mind. And so the end result is usually something I'm very, 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 very happy with because I've been consulted the whole way. But like I said, like Ben Bishop on Drawing Blood, Ben's a great storyteller and a good writer in his own self-published work, in his own Kickstarter stuff, and he often changes the number of panels, what the angles are, what all that, and his ideas are always good. And we've never had an argument about it. So, it really depends on how the artist approaches it.
Yeah, I will show you guys quickly. So this is not I'm not saying you have to use this format for a script, but since we're talking about like writing comic strips and breaking it down and perspective, I'll show you one of the latest projects that I've been working on. So you have the page. I like to put how many panels. I know not everyone does, and I don't always. What's going to be on each panel, and then any dialogue, and then SFX. Would you say this is pretty standard, David, for at least generally how it works?
That's pretty standard. You know what? I'll print out one of mine and show it to you. I don't think I have one printed out nearby. One of the things that I do that I see you don't do is I always number the word balloons.
Yeah, I know Walter Osley talks about doing that too. I sometimes do, but because I've worked with this artist for so many years now, I want them to. Sometimes artists have this thing where they are very didactic in what was in each balloon. So what I will do when I have that problem is I will, if I can find it, I will just put two of the same balloons underneath each other. So this will say Sophia, and then this will say Sophia again. Yeah.
No, I do that too. The numbering is mostly, when I do it, it's largely because I'm trying to it's a workflow thing with the letterer. Because I always do another round of, I do a script polish after the inking is done. And then after the lettering, sometimes I will do one last thing. I try not to make any changes because I hate making people redo work. But if you number the balloons, I can just say to Taylor Esposito, because it's always Taylor Esposito, I always say, okay, page 3, panel 3, balloon 4, instead of higher, make it taller. Instead of black, she says what, whatever the change is. Instead of saying on page 5 where she says the test came back white, make that black. It's just easier to go balloon 5, change out this one word.
Right. Oh no, that now that you're saying it, I just change the whole balloon. Yeah. I just say page 3, panel 4. This balloon that says this should be this balloon that says this instead.
I started out that way, and honestly, I had a format that was given to me by a seasoned professional when I started at Dynamite, and I said, okay, what does Dynamite accept as their format? And he sent me a format, and I worked with it for a couple of years. And then the first time I worked with Kevin Eastman, he said, this isn't maybe the greatest format I've ever seen in my life. And he sent me, I think, a Tom Waltz script. And I think Tom still didn't do the lettering, the numbering the letters thing. That was my one change to that. But aside from that change, that's more or less the format I've worked with. And there were things in the format that the first guy gave me that I was like, that's counterintuitive to me, but if that's what, but I was brand new. So I was like, hey, if this is what the publisher has already said yes to, who the hell am I to use a different format? You know what I mean? I didn't want to be the guy handing in my own version of what formatting is. But I think it's funny that people outside the industry, I never would have guessed, I'm from movies. The format is very locked in. There are not 500 different kinds of script format. If you buy any book of professional screenplays or professional comic book scripts, no two of them look anything like each other.
I remember the first time
that funny to me about that.
Yeah, the reason the minute that I found somebody in a script it's like the Internet Comic Book Script Database, I think is what it's called, and I saw the first time someone just wrote page 5. There's a battle, do whatever for 5 pages. I was like, what is going on here? And I was like, that one won the Eisner.
Yeah, but that's essentially Marvel style, and I've stayed away from it mostly. But I can tell you a story about using Marvel style on one comic, and that was the Ragdolls comic, which I wrote and Kevin Eastman did the layouts for, and Troy Little did the finishes. So I'm writing that, I do an outline, Kevin okays it, I start writing, and when I get to the first fight scene, I'm thinking, am I really going to tell Kevin B. Eastman, creator of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, how to lay out a fight scene between funny animals and evil henchmen doing martial arts? I feel self-conscious about that, so I don't think I'm going to do that. And I called him up and I said, Kevin, do you mind if I Stan Lee all the fight scenes in this thing and just say 5-page fight scene at the end? This number of guys have been knocked over. One guy is crawling out a window and Tezuka is going after him. And he went, yeah, great. And so there were like maybe three sequences in that book where I said, Kevin, you go to town for any number of pages and I'll do the Stan Lee thing and come in and add the quips later. And, Kevin's the world's biggest Jack Kirby fan. So being told, go be Jack Kirby for 5 pages and I'll come back later made him very, very happy. Right. Another aspect of that, which I think is worth mentioning, is, the average comic book page is 4 to 6 panels for a good reason. And Kevin, however, and I've noticed this for a lot of the cartoonists out there, Kevin does this, Miller does this, Chaykin does this. All the guys that write their own stuff are willing to do 20-panel, 30-panel pages if they feel like it. So I also didn't want to try to anticipate how many panels Kevin would want to do on a page. And I absolutely didn't want to get into the habit of, here's a 15-panel page.
Right.
Whereas Kevin would draw the 15-panel page and be perfectly happy to do it and not feel like, oh my God. But I feel like if I gave that page to any other artist, they would say, what the hell are you doing to me here?
Yeah, I feel like oh, there's an echo here. Anyway, some artists feel empowered when you give them that amount of control, and some people and some artists feel hampered by it, and it becomes you have to work with each artist with what they're comfortable with. And sometimes I've had this with a couple of books where they'll try and send me the exact thing that I gave them and it's not working. And then I'm rewriting it and it's still not working. And then I rewrite it again and it's not working. And eventually I just say, look, you have to get from this part to this part and you've got a page to do it however you think will work better, because I clearly don't know the best way to go about this to make it work.
Right. Yeah, I totally get that.
Camry, what is something that writers can do for you to make it easier for you to fulfill the vision and add your own flair to it as well?
I just have to say references, like images, descriptions. Like that's always my biggest thing. Is I'm pretty good with coming up with whatever if it needs to be that way, but in order to fulfill somebody's vision, I prefer having references because it gives me an exact idea of what I need to do.
Do you prefer when someone is very detailed in their descriptions of a panel, or not very detailed at all, or somewhere in the middle, or it doesn't really matter?
I guess it depends on the context, and like you were saying, it's kind of unique. Like even with writers, like there's certain ways that certain people write, and like with Braden and I, Braden has his way that he writes, and we always find that like we kind of come together in the end, and things kind of become different as we go along. Even though like Braden wrote the script a certain way, and like I find when I'm doing pages, it's a little different than like the actual script. Like if I have to insert a panel that I just feel is right or helps the story flow, usually like Braden's really cool about it. And like communication is just a huge thing for any project between collaborators. Like honesty and communication are huge. So.
Yeah, and you've been working with Braden for a long time, right?
Yeah.
For a lot of projects. I think you've done like 2 or 3 projects together.
Yeah.
And for me, that definitely changes things. Like at the beginning of a project, I'll be much more descriptive with with what I want than once I've done like 2 or 3 issues. And by the time I'm at issue 6 with somebody, I'm very loose because I know that they know what I'm looking for, unless it's something where I say this has to happen in this panel, so please make sure that we see this thing. Do you do something similar, David, where it gets a little bit looser as time goes on and you develop a relationship with the person? Or
well, yeah, you definitely discover what you need to lay out specifically and what you can sketch in. You can tell someone what the basics are and what they aren't, and what's not necessary to show. And again, a lot of times I will, I think it was Neil Gaiman that said, as a writer, you're used to having an audience of, hundreds, thousands, whatever, but a comic book script is just a letter to one person, the artist that's drawing the comic. And to a degree, it's a letter that's an open letter that's being read by editors or licensors or whatever. But it's really only the artist that has to understand what you're trying to get across. So you can be pretty personal and pretty direct. I have learned when I started out, and I still do, a lot of artists that you work with are based outside the United States. They may not be native English speakers. They may be putting your script through Google Translate. And I have learned in those cases to be not idiomatic in my descriptions, to be super clear, to use very clear English, and that gets the best results. But with someone like Dave Acosta, we're on our 30th issue of something together. He knows what I like. He knows what I think looks the best. We have that language now.
Yeah, I had an issue with that when I was first doing one of my first books with Katrina Hates the Dead. Trying to pull it up here so I can show, because it's actually a kind of funny story. Juan Frigeri now draws for Marvel, but this was the first book that he ever did. And if I can find the inks for issue 1, I believe it was page 2 or page 3. I can't pull it up easily, so I won't. But anyway, he had, I wrote, Barry, who's this zombie, fumbles with his television, and I know fumble to be like
right.
Awkwardly carrying, and he drew the television being thrown up in the air, and right. I was like, what? And that is the moment that I realized that he's not a native English speaker. His English actually, when he told me that he would take my words, then translate them, and through Google Translate, and then take his Spanish and Google Translate back to me. And so for the first issue, it was quite a problem because we'd had no idea really what the other was saying. And then finally, when I started speaking more clearly and more concisely, and making sure that every word mattered, it became a lot easier for us.
Sure. I can't remember when I noticed. I think my very first book, I looked the artist, David Cabrera, who's great. I looked him up on Facebook and saw that he lived on an island off the coast of Morocco. And there was just one simple thing, I can't remember what it was, that translated badly, and I was like, I wonder why he didn't know what I meant there. And then I realized, I'm probably need to be more clear in what I'm doing. So
yeah. Now I have a question for you. I hope we can talk about this story, because you told me a story about Troy Little and his struggles, let's say, with inking the first Ragdolls.
I don't know that I'd say struggles. He just felt his and Kevin's styles. He wasn't crazy about the idea of inking Kevin again. As much as it came out beautifully, it was a ton of work for him. And I totally get that. Kevin is a very detailed. When his layouts came in, I was like, or we could just publish these. These are very pretty. And the final thing is gorgeous, but it was just a lot of work for Troy.
I love the story that you told about how you overcame that for the second story. Not that it was overcoming it, but like you told a story about how you turned that into a strength for the second.
That was actually not my idea. That actually came from Troy, and actually I'm going to put some of it up, and then I'm going to try and do the share screen thing. That'll work, right?
You should just have to.
Let me find Ragdoll's Animated Adventures. So let me find the first page of the first issue. Is that it? Is that something I can show? I just have to be careful about what I can show. Actually, he did just put out the cover, which is fantastic. And I'll share screen and show that for a second so that you guys can enjoy this. Is this going to work? Screen change. Share screen. Let's see if it works.
Yeah.
Select window.
Share screen and then application window. And then it should have one of the ones that are up.
Okay. That's not what that's the folder. That's what I want to share. So can you guys see that?
Yep. So that's
the
awesome.
Cover. So what Troy came up with was he wanted to do an art style that was a little simpler, that was a little faster for him to work on. And his idea was, since we use the ragdolls to sort of reflect on the entire history of comic books, why not use, let's see, is this more? I think that's more roughs. Why not say that this next issue was going to be the tie-in cartoon from the Ragdolls animated show. And so the style could be a simpler style, a clearer style. Actually, let me find a color page. That might be nice. Yeah.
So there's not a cartoon. Someone asked if there's a real cartoon show. There is not a real cartoon show, unfortunately.
No, but the gag is that we're pretending that there was one in the 90s. So this is sort of the, let's see. Well, I'll put this one in. This is sort of the imitation animated TV show style. And, when I first saw Troy's designs, he kind of made Miyazaki the overweight one. And that's not really the original design. But when I thought about it, I was like, no, for a kid show in the 90s, this is how they would have rendered these characters. And even notice the off-the-shoulder sweatshirt on Miyazaki, which is such a beautiful 90s detail. And Otomo has a jean jacket with the arms ripped off. And Tezuka is wearing a set of overalls like she's Blossom. It's just a very funny visual idea that he came up with. And this allowed him to really render it in his own style rather than trying to imitate Kevin's style, which is, they're great styles, but Kevin is a very, very different artist than Troy is. So right. It was a struggle for him to try and match that look.
So we have a question, which leads us into probably a good place to talk about your guys' work and where we can find it. The DTH 1971 asks, where can I get a Ragdolls comic?
So the first issue of Ragdolls is available on Comixology. You can also order it directly from Kevin Eastman's website. You can order, I think you can still order paper copies through Amazon. The thing that I just showed is Kickstarter only for now, but probably in the next couple of months, it's going to be solicited in, once it gets out to the Kickstarter supporters, it will be solicited in previews, and that'll just be in your comic book store. Probably, given the wait time on putting things in previews to when they're in stores, I mean, that's a good 6 months out for the second issue.
But you can get the first issue
but
now.
The first issue is available now. It's a 32-page adventure. It shows the origin of characters, which is a ridiculous amount of fun. I mean, of course, I think so, but I thought it. I think it came out beautifully.
Well, for anybody who doesn't know about Drawing Blood, which is your creator-owned book, maybe you could talk about it a little bit, and then how this Ragdolls ties in, because I think
Sure.
it's probably important to know the whole thing in order to fully appreciate it.
It definitely helps. So the comic book that Russell's talking about is called Drawing Blood. It was created by me and Kevin Eastman. It's semi-autobiographical for Kevin, and even a tiny bit for me. It's about a comic book creator who has created something like the Ninja Turtles, who are instead the radically rearranged Ronin Ragdolls. I'm actually going to show this is Kevin's layout for the introductory panels. Which, if you remember the Ninja Turtles, it's pretty much just a variation on that angle and that look.
So the main character of the Drawing Blood was a comic creator who created with his partner these rearranged ragdolls.
Radically rearranged Ronin Ragdolls. And when it actually started as just the story of the creator, and we realized as we went along that in order to tell that story in the best possible way, we needed to really know what his creation was. So we needed to create that thing for real. And in creating it, we discovered that we loved it, and we ended up making it its own comic, which we were very, very happy with and in love with. So we ended up offering that to the Kickstarter fans, and then we put it out. Here's the final Troy Little version of Kevin's layout, which is pretty awesome. But it's not what you would call simple or cartoony.
No. Well, the first volume was about mimicking or homaging Kevin's original comic. And the second volume was about homaging and mimicking the 90s television show.
What Nickelodeon and what Saban and what Fox Kids did with the project. So
what volume is going to be homaging the Michael Bay movies?
Well, in the next volume is due to our Kickstarter supporters, and will be issues 5, 6, and 7 of the Drawing Blood comic. And in issue 5, he goes to Hollywood. Or issue 6, he goes to Hollywood and ends up on the set of the radically rearranged Ronin Ragdolls Michael Bay movie, essentially.
Oh, I was just joking. That's actually happening. That's great.
Yeah, no, we leave none of that on the table. We're absolutely. It would be criminal negligence to not use the stuff as it really happened. And here's another. Hold on, this will be fun. This is a very, very exclusive look at a page from Drawing Blood Volume 2.
Nice.
That is Shane Bookman arriving on the set of Pompeii Pictures, radically rearranged Ronin Ragdolls gritty reboot movie.
What is it like to have to sort of work with what is actually a real career, but fictionalizing it? Like, can you talk a little bit about how that works?
It's a little tricky in that you want to be careful to let people know that it is fictional. In the thing I always say is that people always ask, Shane Bookman and his brother Paul are the creators of the Radically Rearranged Rona Ragdolls. Paul, by default, is based on Peter Laird to a degree. But personality-wise and how the story works out, that's just a story. I always say I've never met Peter Laird, but I have a bad relationship with my sister. That's what Paul Bookman is based on, not on Peter Laird, who, you know, is a lovely fellow I don't know at all, and couldn't write about even if I wanted to. So you know, it's like Shane's business partner in the first issue of Drawing Blood commits suicide. You find that it's not a big spoiler. It happens within the first 8 pages. In the real world, Kevin's business partner was Dennis Kitchen. Dennis Kitchen has not committed suicide. You know, it's not a, and he looks like Jim Steranko. Kevin has never worked with Jim Steranko. You know, it's so the influences are from all over our lives and frankly, we used Steranko's face and his look and his costume because we love Jim and we think he has a very distinctive look that is fun to put in a comic book. But the character is no reflection on any real person. And look, Kevin always says, you know, in the first 5 pages of the first issue, he gets in a gunfight. He's never been in a gunfight in his life.
Right.
It's a story. It's even though as comic book storytelling goes, it's a pretty realistic quote unquote story. It's still a story. It's still not, you know, it's not a depiction of reality or anything that really happened.
So I made a book once called Sorry for Existing, which is about my relationship to my grandfather. Mm-hmm. And I actually found that even though it was about a boy who meets a homeless alien and helps rebuild her ship to get off the planet, it was probably more true to my relationship with my grandfather than I could have actually written if I was writing in real life, because I'd have been too close to it.
Right. Well, and that's, you know, the thing I always say about genre is that, you know, the example I always use is if you want to write about a guy struggling with his demons, which is very much what Drawing Blood is, you know, what is that visually? That's a guy staring off into space, sitting at a bar, a guy at a, you know, computer, looking out a window, thinking about his life. In genre, he can actually fight with demons. And that's, you know, struggling with demons can be actually your demons instead of, you know, you bring the metaphor to life, and that's worthwhile. And it's, you know, even if it's not real, it's how things feel to people. Right. When you're struggling with your personal demons, you don't feel like you're safe and staring out a window in a room, even though that's all you're doing. You feel mortally in danger. You feel something stronger than it looks like you should be feeling. So that's why we do this stuff ultimately, is you take the conflicts inside people and you externalize them in a way that will feel real to the viewer and the reader.
Right. Okay, so we're nearing the end of our hour, so I want to make sure we get a plug for where we can find you, which I have as davidavallonefreelance.com. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that has all of the links to find me anywhere else as far as my con appearances. And actually, I just realized I got to go change the WonderCon page and say that's not happening either. I will probably be doing in Long Beach the Atomic Con the day that WonderCon was supposed to be happening. Because it's an outdoor space, and I think we should all be relatively free from the Andromeda strain. In that environment. But yeah, davidavallonefreelance.com should take you everywhere you need to go.
Awesome. Yes, and we do have a final day for Emerald City, the next Emerald City, which is August 21st to 23rd.
Oh, really? I hadn't heard that.
It came in about 45 minutes ago, and so I'm assuming not many people. I'm assuming I can give this information to the people who were supposed to be there for the first time. So that will be August 21st to 23rd, which will be like 4 shows in a row for me if I can end up doing it. David was one of the artists who were going to be there at the show, both walking around, doing panels, and then tabling for a little bit as well. So please do go to davidavalonefreelance.com and check out his work. He writes Betty Page, Elvira, a whole bunch of fun, awesome genre stuff. And like, if you ever see him at a show, you can pretty much just ask him any question about like any human being, and he'll have a story about them for his career. It's great.
The benefit of being old. I want to do a shout out. Crown from Mechacon just showed up in our chat, and she's got a great convention in Indiana called Mechacon, which is in September. Am I remembering that right, Crown? And just wanted to give her a shout out while she's here.
Awesome. Yes, we love our con organizers, and we hope that we can get back in it. Like, I love this. This is working out real nice, but I want to get out there again. I'm itching. I'm an extrovert. I'm like ready to like meet the people.
Absolutely.
So now I want to move over to Camry. And Camry, I'm going to ask you the question I usually use to end all of my shows, and I feel like it's prescient here, which is if you could tell us the most important thing that you've learned about making comics, where we can find you online, and then we'll say goodbye to you and bring on our next group.
Honestly, just love what you do. If you love doing something, chase that with all of your heart. It doesn't matter the hurdles that you come across. It doesn't matter what happens. When you have a dream and a passion, you have to chase that relentlessly. Otherwise, it's gone to the wind unless you put in the effort and the love and the time. And I guess you can find me. Pugmarastudio.com is my studio's website. You can also just look me up, Camry Lapka or Kron Kruick. Those are my social handles. I'm on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube. And that's pretty much all.
Awesome. Well, I very much have enjoyed watching you grow and work, and even in just the small time that we've known each other, like the quality of especially your sequentials has grown exponentially. So I think you're a great example of someone who just keeps putting in the work and doing it and getting better and better and better each day. So I hope people will take you up and go check out your work.
Thanks. I really appreciate that, Russell.
That piece you just did live on camera is amazing. I love it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Is there going to be a place that they can pick up these pieces that you were working on? Can they go to Pugmara Studios or Etsy or somewhere to find them? Or?
Yeah, I can add them on my store if people are interested in buying it. This one might actually end up being in my my witch coloring book, which is totally still an idea, but I think I might run a Kickstarter for that in a few months. So if they really would like, keep an eye out for my coloring books and just follow me on my socials.
Awesome. David, I'll give you the last word. What? Oh no. What? All right. Last thoughts about making comics and where we can find you online one last time, and then we'll say goodbye.
DavidAvaloniFreelance.com is where you can find me online. I've been obsessed about networking and about people breaking into the industry. I gave a little talk about it at Long Beach Comic Expo. And the thing I've been saying to everyone, and I like to think that I try to embody this as much as I can, is that comics is a community. And you're joining a community if you want to make comics. And it literally is the JFK thing. Ask not what comics can do for you. Ask what you can do for comics. You want to be a helpful, kind, thoughtful member of the community. You want to lift up your friends' works. You're great at that, Russell. You're doing it all weekend. And it's one of the things I admire about you is you're a tireless champion for other people's work. And I think that's a huge part of being a member of the community.
I appreciate you too.
I love that you can see my messy pile of short boxes in the background of the shop, by the way.
That's wonderful. Yes, and I really agree that, like, look, even if you're not making stuff currently, or you're making stuff and you're so early in your career that, like, it'll be years or months before you get something out, you can still be wildly excited for other people and share things with reckless abandon and be a good fan for other people. And if you can do that, like literally right now, there are people I know who have never put out a book who I am huge fans of because they are always talking about other people's work. They're always putting other people out there, and they're always championing the people that they really like. And even without work out, I still like follow them because of that sort of a reckless enthusiasm for just comics and making stuff as a whole.
Yep, I agree.
Awesome, guys. Well, thank you so much. We are going to say goodbye to you both. Thank you for
It was
coming.
good talking to you, David. Nice meeting you.
Good talking to you too. Nice to meet you, Camry. Hope I run into you at a con or something.
Yes, I hope I run into you as well.
When the Andromeda strain is passed.
Yes.
Yes. All right, guys. Have a great day.
All right. You too, Russell.
Thanks, Russell.
Bye.
All right, so we will be right back in a couple of seconds. I'm just going to go get some water and take a brief breather. And then Matt and Steph are already here, and we will bring them on in just a couple of minutes. All right. Welcome back, everybody, to this here thing that we're doing. What's it called? Wannacon. I swear I'm going a little bit crazy now because it's been like 2 hours basically straight of talking. But we're going to keep going. And I'm going to bring you Matt Knowles and Steph Cannon. And let's do it. Hi.
Hey, how's it going? Wait, there I am.
Good. How are you guys?
We are hanging in there.
pretty freaking exhausted, man. I think you can understand that feeling of reality changing. Would started off every day it was different, then every hour, then like Wednesday night when the NBA canceled, it was like we couldn't even read the text quick enough before something new was changing. It's been exhausting. I'm sure.
Yeah, I gotta say, having just a couple of hours of like not having to look at that. Yeah, we actually got the days for Emerald City this year. So now we know it's going to be the 21st to 23rd of August, and yeah, hopefully, are you guys going to be there again?
Have every intention of it. Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm actually kind of glad that they did it in August. I was like, man, if they do it in July, everything is getting pushed back. Like every con is postponing, and I'm like, these are all going to butt up against each other, and we're not going to be able to do any of them. But having it at the end of August, I think, is going to be okay.
Right.
Yeah,
well,
if San Diego Comic-Con doesn't have to cancel, at least it's not putting it in the same month, the same back-to-back weekends.
Right. Yeah. Well, it is. So if that is the case, then I will do that show, then show in LA, and then Rose City, and then Salt Lake City, I think. Salt Lake City is still tentative, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed. So that'll be 4 weeks straight of big shows. I am kind of bummed that it's only 3 days instead of 4, though.
Yeah, I think that they were probably up against some crazy dates with the Washington Convention Center and probably could just get whatever they could. But yeah, we were actually at the post office mailing off Kickstarter packages when we got the thing that popped up, and everybody in all my like comic friend message threads was like, "Oh, the ECCC dates are up," and so it was kind of cool because I was surprised they announced it so quickly, but glad that they did.
I actually messaging you really quick, Russell, be like, hey, dude, guess what? The dates are back, since we were actually engaged in a conversation when Steph saw the postponement. I'm like, oh my gosh, I should have got postponed. And you're like, what?
In the
middle of a conversation. I almost like, turnabout's fair play and brought it back to you, but I want to interrupt your other guests.
Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been a crazy week. I still cannot believe that it's all like what's happened in the past week. But let's not talk about this. Let's make this a safe, fun place to talk about comics. And how about you guys introduce yourself while I get your Chiron ready?
All right. So my name is Matt Knowles and
Steph Cannon,
and we are the two halves that comprise Insymmetry Creations. We have the 2 main titles we have right now are Heirs of Isildur, which is a steampunk time travel opus it was 11 issues that encompassed about 2 years worth of work that we turned into a 268-page trade paperback. We went back and took 2 months to re-letter it so that way the trade paperback could actually have a feel of a single issue, not 11 different styles of writing and it was all written before we started with the issues. But there was some art team changes, and we wanted to try to, bring some things together and make it be one consistent read. The other main title we have is Tales from Nocturnia, which we actually were supposed to be releasing the physical copies on the floor at Emerald City Comic-Con right now at Richard Rivera's Stabity Bunny table at C4. The reason being is because Richard is actually drawn in as a minor character in the issue. So we thought that it would be really cool, and Richard was totally all for it. Richard actually was the one who had the idea in the first place to actually be on the floor with him at Emerald City while we unveiled this issue that he actually has a bit part in.
Awesome. And you guys also do an album for this too, right? This is like a whole transmedia experience.
Absolutely. I've got a background in the metal world, and was in a band that toiled in the underground for quite a while. But some of the guys in those bands are actually pretty popular right now, like Sean Tibbetts. He's the bass player of the band Camelot, and he tours the world all the time. But yeah, I have a 12-track metal album that goes along with Heirs of Isildur, and there's 3 lyric videos as well, one of which has got art that comes directly out of the issue. And, there's some of the videos up there on YouTube, so we try to find ways to take the music and have it wrap into the issue as well. There will be another album that's going to come out hopefully by the end of the year, and it'll have some songs that are going to be pertinent to Heirs of Isildur, and a couple that are going to be pertinent to Tales from Nocturnia.
All right. 2 questions. Why and how?
I love it. So why? Because as a writer, I started off writing songs and writing music, and I got completely burnt out on the whole scene, and I put my writing career, so to speak, to the side, and then decided to after about 8-9 years, I decided to get back into it. But I always wanted to do something more than just have songs on an album. I always wanted it to be where you had the audio and the visual, and you could really see the expansion of the universe. And it started off as a couple of songs with a little bit of a backstory, and then those couple songs turned into a little bit more, and the story turned into a little bit more. Next thing you know, there's this multi-issue series with the album. So that's the how. The why, I think you could probably answer that stuff because you've said it many times in our shows, right? Like how does the album interact with the issues?
So we call it like a companion piece. You don't necessarily need one to enjoy the other, but the songs give you a little bit of background information. And one of the things that attracted me to Heirs, because Matt was writing Heirs before I came along into the production. I am editor for Heirs, even though we co-write other titles. We co-write Tales from Nocturnia. Heirs was pretty much written and created by the time Matt and I met, but I jumped on as story consultant and editor, and for subsequent titles that we're going to have with Heirs, then I'll be helping out a little bit of a larger writing and creative role. But the thing that when I first read Heirs that I liked was I'd be reading the issue and it would say, to find out more about this character, go to the album and listen to this song. And I thought that was really cool because I had never seen that ever in that capacity. I mean, there's comics that will have like a soundtrack, a listening soundtrack. Like you can listen to these songs while you read it and they help aid in the story, but nothing that was created by the creator and written, by the person who wrote the story, and it was all kind of encapsulated together.
So it's so interesting that you guys have this working relationship, because like you live on the opposite sides of the country, right?
Yes.
Which I did not know for like months or maybe a year after meeting you, because I would always see you guys together. But how does that dynamic work?
It's interesting. So I'm in California. He's in Florida right now. Currently, we are together in Florida now because I was supposed to come here, fulfill Kickstarter packages, and then we were going to go to ECCC. But now, of course, I'm just here in Florida until, because we still had to fulfill the Kickstarter packages, whether ECCC was happening or not. And it's funny because I get a lot of people are like, I thought you lived in Florida, because I am here a lot. Florida has like a very interesting con scene, and we have a lot of fellow creator friends that we've kind of cultivated working relationships with, and so we have a lot of opportunities here to do a lot of cons, more so than in my area of California, because like Central California, there's LA, there's WonderCon, there's San Diego Comic-Con, but there's just a lot of little ones that are springing up here. So this is kind of our content creation headquarters here in Florida. But yeah, we're on video chat all day, every day.
Yeah, it's like we said, we work in the same office, just on video chat on. It's like we're sitting in the same office all day long doing the different things we need to do.
And there's 2 shows this month that I'm not going to be able to make it to. It just, we just know that there are ways. Free Comic Book Day last year, he had a booth up at his local comic shop, and I had one at mine, and it was fun because we kind of promoted it that way, like, oh, dual coast, Free Comic Book Day, and we were texting each other, like, what we had just sold, and it ended up being like a great day for us.
It was crazily our best day ever at that point.
So,
Comic Book Day, 2 different locations.
We find ways to make it work, and that make logical sense without me killing myself flying across the country all the time.
Well, on some level, it must be helpful because you have somebody that is like on the other side of the country to do a show when you're doing a show in Florida or in California, or you guys can split the work up at least.
Yeah,
That's
one of the
exactly
good things,
yeah.
Being in the Florida comic scene, Steph having her contacts like you,
Yeah.
and the California scene, the West Coast scene. Then we've got a strong contingent in the metal world that are fans with us. We have a strong contingent in the steampunk world, which Florida has got a booming steampunk community, especially from Tampa to Orlando. So you have 4 really different demographics that it's kind of neat bringing them together, like especially in issue 2 of Tales from Nocturnia. We have 11 different people that are drawn into it. And if you look at the 11 people that are drawn in, you've got an entire band, which is a pretty fun story about how that came about. You have an entire extreme metal band drawn in. You've got Richard Rivera from Stabby Bunny. You've got one of our main steampunk fans who's been a super backer. There's a 10-year-old girl who plays, I coach youth soccer, a 10-year-old girl, her mom had her drawn in. So we literally just drove that package over to her house today, and she got to see for the first time her drawn into this issue. It's kind of neat seeing all these different people from all these different
all over the country
yeah. Kind of be brought together. And even looking like our Kickstarters, we're like, well, here's the West Coast people. You have 10 people in a row that are like, you can say, hey, these are people you went to an
Those are the ones that I met at
all
the LA cons, that Russell and we've been at a lot of the same cons together and stuff. And so it's kind of cool to know that we're kind of hitting up both coasts a little bit and cultivating, because it's different when and that's the thing that I like about doing the big cons, and that's what we were looking forward to with ECCC so much. We will get to in August when we go, but you cultivate all these friendships on Twitter, on Facebook, through different kinds of comic message groups and stuff. And so meeting people face to face is a totally different experience. So it's good to be able to cultivate those relationships face to face with people, and to be able to do it on 2 coasts and 2 states that have a lot of cons and a lot of, we're not like in the middle or anything like that. So we've got 2 coasts that we can, cultivate those relationships with.
Yeah, I used to think it was bananas that you would drive 2 hours or whatever down to LA. But when I heard you're flying across the country like twice a month, like I was like, oh, maybe just driving a couple hours to LA isn't that bad.
I'm like, what's 3 hours to LA, except for the time I got stuck in the snowstorm coming back on the Grapevine. But for me, it's just like, I spent a lot of years just taking care of my kids, and a night away was like a huge deal. And so I'm kind of at the point in my life now where my kids are a little bit older, and I can sort of do a lot of the things. I feel like I'm making up for a lot of the time that I couldn't do anything. And so it's kind of nice to be able to say, I can travel now because it's okay. And, even amidst all the stuff, it's okay. I can do it. But yeah, driving to LA is like a piece of cake versus a all day of flying to get here.
Well, I'm sure you can understand too, Russell, that, none of us are spring chickens. And, at some point we're all going to pass away. My brother died very young. In relation, he was in his 50s when he died. My mom just passed away 2 years ago tomorrow. And my saying is, there's not going to be anybody when you're 80 years old to hand you an award to say, hey, here's your award for going to your 9-to-5 job for 5 days a week for your whole life and not doing any of the things you really wanted to do. We all have to be responsible. We all have to pay our bills. But if there's something fun you want to do, you got to do it now. And if it's fly across the country to go to Emerald City Comic Con, and we had comic store signings, we had a bunch of different stuff set up, go hang out with you. Why wait? Why wait to do that when you can't physically enjoy it? So do those things now. If it's fly across the country, we had 35 different appearances last year, whether it was large shows or comic book store signings or get-togethers. It doesn't matter.
Probably won't be the case this year, but
yeah, probably won't be 35 this year. But,
yeah, I know that because I did 40. The first year that I really did this, I did 45 appearances, and that I never did again. I could never do that again. And then I did 35, and I keep saying I can't do that one again, but I always somehow inch up to 30 by the time the year is over, because there's always like a store signing or a speaking engagement or something that comes up in the middle of the year, and then I do that, and then so it always ends up approaching 30, but it's like I'm not getting any younger. It's hard to like get up for 30 shows a year.
We were exhausted by the end of the year, and it's funny too because I think we have to start taking the motto "never say never," because there were some shows that we said we'll never do that show again because we had a booth and it just wasn't. I mean, there could be a multitude of reasons why, but then we would get this weird opportunity where it's like, hey, you can do the show but in a different capacity, and we're like, okay, that's actually better than what we had last year. So I guess we will do it again. It's weird how it's
two major shows. We always do a little post-mortem after the show. And we had 2 shows last year that we were just like, absolutely, we'll never do it again. Not that it's a bad show.
Yeah, it just wasn't good for us.
Wasn't good for us. And we were scheduled for the next one, and we did it and had a great experience.
Yeah.
Like we said last year, we weren't going to do MegaCon Orlando again. Just the Artist Alley at MegaCon was such a downer compared to the Artist Alley at Emerald City. Like Emerald City doesn't write, and we were just not happy with the way it was at MegaCon. We said we won't do it again, and here we are. MegaCon's going to get postponed. There's no way MegaCon Orlando is going to happen, but we are on the schedule at MegaCon again because we have panels with one of the steampunk associations.
So and like a writer's workshop, which we're like, that's a really cool opportunity, and we would love to be a part of something like that. So I guess we can say never because that's a really cool thing to do.
Yeah, so we're not on Artist Alley again this year, but we are in our stuff will be set up in their room, in their block. So like, hey, you know what? We did exactly what we said. We weren't going to be at Artist Alley in 2020. We were supposed to be over here at Central Florida Steampunk Association, and you just never know what kind of opportunities are going to come your way.
Well, yeah, that's what happened to me, actually, is a lot of people started giving me a lot of shows I said I will never do. And then they're like, what if we give you a guest table? And I was like, well, if I give me a guest table, like, and I don't want that expense, I guess I'll do it again. So I'll pretty much do, like, that's the secret. I'm like, I'll never do your show unless you give me a guest table. And even if that guest table is only like a $20 expense, I still will do your show then because like I'm a guest or paneling. You know, I end up doing a lot of speaking engagements that are panels or workshops or things, and then they're like, do you want a table to sell your stuff afterwards? And I'm like, yes, I would like that. That'd be good. And so it just ends up creeping up because you were talking about how you have these sort of like pockets of stuff, right? Like you do metal stuff and you do steampunk stuff and you do comic stuff. And for me, I do anime stuff and I do writing stuff and I do book stuff and I do comic stuff and I do horror stuff. And so even if you just want to do like a couple of shows or a few shows in each of those things, you have to do 4 of each kind of show when you're at 20 shows again.
Exactly. It's crazy how it adds up. But the same thing was happening to us. We would start getting to know other local creators, and they would say, hey, I'm doing this signing at this comic shop. Do you want to go next weekend? And we'd be like, yeah, who's going to say no to that if you don't have anything else going on and doesn't impede with anything else? So that's, the same thing would happen.
And you never know the opportunities that are going to come from that too. Yeah. Like, for instance, this weekend is a perfect example. Travis Gibb had asked halfway through last year, he was setting up some signings in the Melbourne, Florida area, which is about 2.5 hours from me. He's like, hey, I'm going to set these like 4 up in a row. If anybody wants to come to this or come to that, you're good to go. I can take 1 person per show. And he put a post up on a Wednesday. He's like, well, I guess nobody wants to come to the one this weekend. And I'm like, I messaged him like, yeah, I can do it. I have nothing going on this Saturday. So I drove out there 2.5 hours and drove back. Absolutely smashed it at this signing with the establishment Kingdom of Comics, great establishment. When everything fell through with Emerald City, we're like, hey, Steph is already going to be here. We already have this release with Richard Rivera that we wanted to do. Let's not lose this opportunity. So we called back over to Kingdom of Comics in Melbourne, and we have an event which will be under 250 people, so it will not be a mass gathering happening. We have a comic book store signing at Kingdom of Comics in Melbourne, Florida with Richard tomorrow, so we can still do that. And then we were able to set another one up at a place called Gods and Monsters that I was introduced to by Joel Rodriguez. So Joel and David Byrne are going to be with Richard and Steph and I on Sunday at Gods and Monsters. So you never know what kind of little opportunities can come from these store signings. They actually helped us salvage this weekend. Even if not much happens, we just still have the morale of saying, hey, look, we're not just sitting around all moping as all of us were supposed to be at Emerald City.
And it's a testament to comic shops too, because I feel like some of the best people that we have dealt with have been comic shop owners who have opened up their shops to us. His local comic shop in a brown coat, Mike, the owner, was great and let us come in on Wednesday. But it was just crazy how we were like, hey, we're not going to ECCC. Do you guys have anything going on? They're like, sure, come on in. It's a really cool, welcoming, like very supportive industry. And we've gotten a lot of really cool opportunities just from doing comic signings.
Awesome. So I have to ask you a speculative question, because it seems like there's an abnormal number of creators in Florida compared to many other places in this country. Why? Why is that?
Yeah,
Why was it about Florida?
I don't know. It's so crazy. I mean,
Florida is
it's the humidity.
Florida's a weird state because Florida's got the most coastline in the continental U.S. People don't think that it does, but Florida blows everybody away as far as the amount of coastlines. There's a lot of coastal cities. Florida has got a lot of people that are transplants. Florida has got a lot of people from wherever that move to Florida because they want to be here for the climate. And so I think you see a lot of people that are down here that are not Florida natives and just have that desire. They want to get to a better place and they want to just do stuff.
I've wondered that too, because I mean, even the people that we're printing with our printing companies are in Florida. Scout Comics is out of Florida. So it's just the more people we meet and I think that's why there's so many, like I said earlier, there's so many shows here. I think that's why, because they have the creators that to support it. It's really crazy when I go back home to California and I'm like, I don't know anybody around here practically that does what everybody else is 3 hours away. So yeah.
I mean, there's a lot in LA. There's a lot in Portland. There's a lot in Chicago. But besides those like 3 hubs, like I'm maybe Texas has a big like scene, but they're definitely not as vocal as the indie creators that are in Florida.
Yeah.
And I've always wondered because I track down all the shipments that I send out, and I'm like, there's so many people from Florida, and I know it's a big state, but it's just still feels like an abnormal number comparatively to the rest of the country, even given the size of it.
Oh, it absolutely is, because it's just crazy every time we meet somebody else and he's like, yeah, they're from Florida too, and it's like, oh my gosh, what is it? But yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like it's kind of funny too, coming here from California. It's just a different mentality. Everybody's just a little bit more laid back. Of course, that's just speaking generally.
Well,
but
she's also saying that now because the whole country is in its complete pandemic panic.
Florida people are like,
and
we have hurricanes all the time. We're used to this.
This is literally Florida hurricane preparedness. Hurricane preparedness is hurry up, buy a bunch of stuff prepared, and wait for something that probably isn't going to happen. Floridians are used to that kind of preparedness because for a hurricane, you can see it out in the ocean and you know it's coming. You just don't know if it's going to come and hit you. So you have to go do stuff. Right now, people are getting pissed off because there's no toilet paper. I mean, my whole feed is just, why is there no toilet paper? But otherwise, I mean, everybody's just chill.
Yeah,
Everybody's just chill. It's not like Steph has been showing. Did you say the National Guard had to shut down Costco in Visalia?
It's crazy.
Because people it was like Marshall, it was like a riot.
There's just everybody says there's like a more creative streaks here or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it is funny. But yeah, because of that, tons of cons here in Florida. So if anybody is ever looking for little conventions that they can do, Florida is a good place for, especially Central Florida.
But I will say this. One of the things about Florida is that Florida has got a really big number of cons you have to sift through to find the right con for you. Florida has got a lot of anime cons, a lot of cosplay cons, a lot of cons that are pop culture cons, and there's very few that really sift through to make sure that everybody at the show is legal. And what I mean by legal is, I know there's a lot of people that talk about fan art and illegal items and things like that. They're at the shows. We've done shows where we're in Artist Alley and we're stuck between somebody doing crocheting and somebody with ties. Nothing wrong with them nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that being their hustle. But sometimes it's hard to stand out when you're next to the 15-foot fan art wall and you're sitting there trying to sell an independent book and you've got a fan art wall of Deadpool and Spider-Man right beside you. People are normally not going to come look at you when they see characters they know. So that's one of the things about Florida. There's a lot of shows, but you have to sift through to find the right ones.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about how you stand out at shows then, Mr. Big Shot of shows. Let's and Mrs. Big Shot at shows. Like, how do you do? Like, how do you? You're at a show. You're next to the 15-foot banner of fan art, and you're next to the crochet person. And I actually don't mind those things. Some of my very good friends are crochet artists, and they're lovely to have around at shows because they always have like stories, and they're always like their hands are always busy with something, and they're always like making stuff or like have food or something.
Yes.
But it's not comics. You're at a show, and you're not surrounded by the comics people. How do you get the comics? How do you get the right people over to your table?
Well, we're always dressed in steampunk where it shows. The only times that we don't actually dress up head to toe in steampunk is if it's a 4-day show, or sometimes it's the 3-day show. We'll go in just in regular clothes on the first day so we can just go walk around the floor. But, we're always dressed up head to toe. And a lot of times it brings attention to us. And what we've heard people say is they can tell we're really serious about what we're doing because we take the time to actually dress up. On the other side of this wall right here is the other, we're in my studio garage. And on the other side, there's a rack that is probably literally this long, and all it is all of our steampunk clothes. Got tons and tons of different combinations that we can wear, just because we want to bring people more of that experience, and that kind of helps people to come over. And I like to think that we're nice people. We're engaging people. People like to talk to us.
We try to make sure too that we're not the guy. I mean, not saying that we don't do it because everybody needs a break. Because if you're at an 8-hour show and you're standing the entire time, especially in steampunk, because it's not comfortable to wear at all, But we try to not be the guy that's like this the whole time, just totally disengaged. Everybody,
as my brother says, that's the sales prevention position.
Everybody needs to do that from time to time. I mean, we have chairs, we sit down, so it's not saying that we don't do that. But we try to be up and smiling and engaged, with people that are walking by as much as we can. And so there's been a lot of times that we have been like, there was one show, I think it was Daytona, where you were walking to go get food or something, and you ran into a guy in his wheelchair. Yes. And his wife, and struck up a conversation with them and told them, hey, this is where we're at. He came back to the booth, and like an hour later they came back. They looked for us because they had that interaction with him, not even at the booth.
Yeah, well, I was walking to the bathroom.
Yeah, so we just try to be friendly and talk to people and make them
and also having the different genres of stuff that we do. We've had times when we've had leather gauntlets at the table. We've a shirt rack from all the different shirts like that look metal and what we do. I mean, we're both wearing some of the shirts right now. There's trading cards, there's different things, so people see that we're more than just a book. And it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with that, because I know that your stuff is wildly successful with having just books at the table. We aren't at the point yet where we've got a zillion books, and hardbacks and all like you do that we can have at the table and have our reputation speak for itself before we even get in the door. So we have to try and do things that are not going to be infringing upon our neighbors, to be able to bring them in, and they can just see that we've got a lot more things going on at our table than just a book and a guy in jeans and a t-shirt with a backpack.
And we've never assumed that somebody's going to not be interested in our stuff. I mean, when you walk past, it's very obvious that we write a steampunk title. Steampunk is not everybody's cup of tea. We understand that, so to speak. We understand that, we get that, but we're not going to assume if somebody walks up that they're the person that might not be into steampunk, or maybe they never even heard of it before, and we can turn them onto it. We have sold, it's the weirdest thing, we have sold metal CDs, his metal CDs, to senior citizens, no joke. So we never assume that somebody, because they're 70 years old, is going to automatically not want to listen to it, because some of them just want to collect everything. So we just treat them as if they're everybody. We treat every person that comes up to the booth the same way.
At one point in 2019, we had sold more metal CDs to senior citizens than to metal fans.
Weird.
And that's not an exaggeration, because
we're like, all right.
We had people come up to the table, and they were like, they talked to us, hey, well, I want one of everything. I'm like, you do know that's an extreme metal CD over there? And they're like, I don't care, you guys are cool, I still want it. Okay.
We're like,
we forewarned you. It's all good.
Yeah, we're not going to say no,
So, you guys do steampunk, and I have a question for you. I try to ask everybody that I know who does steampunk this, because I write, I edit, a book about Lovecraft's Gods and Monsters. Y'all may have heard about it. It's called Cthulhu is Hard to Spell. It's on Kickstarter now.
I feel like we've backed such a thing.
Why do you think there's such an overlap between Lovecraft fans and like steampunk fans? Because it seems not counterintuitive, but steampunk tends to be much more fantasy than like Lovecraft's horror stuff. They're not quite contemporaries. So I'm wondering if you have any insight as to like why there's so many horror fans and Lovecraft fans specifically that also gravitate to steampunk.
I feel like having gotten to know a lot of steampunk people now that we've done shows and kind of gotten to know a lot of them, I feel like there's a certain personality that, I don't want to use the word quirky because that I feel like people are going to take that the wrong way, but there's just a certain personality that goes for that type of thing, and I think it's like an escape. I can dress up and I can escape, but there's also like so many subgenres of steampunk that it really kind of leaks into sci-fi a little bit, because we've seen people that have come up to us at steampunk shows and head to toe, they're totally with the octopus motif. I mean, it's funny because you'll have one that looks very Victorian with like the parasol, and then the next guy that comes up is in like practically a scuba suit and like octopus everywhere, and it's like it's still steampunk. It's still the same thing. So it just is this huge. So you have diesel punk, you have all these different subgenres of steampunk that really delve into the sci-fi. So it's interesting. I feel like because steampunk can have a little bit of a gothic, side to it.
My buddy Chuck Pino, as you asked that message, as he said, he's like, they both are from the same time period, being in that Victorian era. He's like, that might be where part of the crossover comes from, is because steampunk originates from that 1875, 1893 motif.
Right, but Lovecraft didn't really write until 1920 to 1935, so he was born in that time frame, but he didn't write in that time frame. If anything, his work would be more diesel punk than steampunk. But there is this big crossover. I have to ask you guys, because I know a lot of people don't know a lot about steampunk. Because of the Lovecraft stuff, I happen to know a lot about it now. Could you talk a little bit about the different genres of steampunk?
Yeah, so the first thing I'll say is that we get asked that question a lot. And in steampunk, people say, is this thing steampunk? Is this not steampunk? And
what makes something steampunk?
We were in a seminar one time and a really good conversation with Robert Brown, the vocalist of Abney Park, who is one of the grandfathers of the steampunk era in the United States. He actually was one of the people that kind of really started bringing that to the forefront in the 80s. And he's like, a lot of things are steampunk. Stuff sitting here with goggles on can be considered steampunk, but it's a little bit steampunk. You get into these big giant contraptions and gears and steam powered things that like the movie Wild Wild West, where they have the trap doors and all that. That's really steampunk. Doesn't mean either one of them is more steampunk than the other. They both are steampunk. So if you want to, the two main genres of steampunk are Victorian, which basically looks like it came out of Victorian era England.
It's like the corsets and parasols. And
or then you've got Wild West steampunk, which would be like if that steampunk happened in Wild West America. And people are like, well, like we have people all the time. Well, what does this even mean? I say, think about the 1950s, and people would say, what the future is going to look like. It's going to be Etzels and traffic lanes flying in the air. Steampunk is like if you took that same kind of thought process and went back to the 1890s and said, what's the future going to be like? And you've got those things that originate there. When you've got
diesel punk, which tends to be more technology and sci-fi fit into it, but still has the same steampunk aesthetic. Which is, I would say that the biggest thing that can make something steampunk is like the gears and the whimsical contraptions that are made to Wild Wild West is considered steampunk. It's a very Western movie, but it's got all the crazy contraptions and all the crazy things that makes it steampunk. Yeah. We've heard genres of steampunk.
You've also got atom punk, which is about like the atomic age, in like the 40s and 50s.
Yeah, like Fallout kind of stuff.
Which is futuristic.
we've heard of solar punk. There's like some new ones that we've heard of. We're like, I've never even heard of that before. There's so many of them. Solar punk is like,
and then like we read one last year with Central Florida Steampunk Association talking about steam funk, which is like funk era steampunk, and we're like, to me, it very much resembles the metal world. These are like you've got speed metal and death metal and thrash metal and black metal and black and death metal and all this. And you're like, is it metal? Yes. And then it's like, is it metal? Okay. So then you have all these little sub nuances that it gets down to. To me, is it all steampunk? Yes, but you can kind of have those nuances as you get deeper and deeper and deeper into the different aesthetics that are used.
I feel like we hear about a new subgenre of steampunk every time we do a show. Every time we do a show.
See, here's why I can never do steampunk. My problem with steampunk is that it's very precise across. Like it's like there's so much stuff, just things that you have to like. There's no sloppy punk. Like if it was like, hey, let's what's the punk that's just like, can I wear my jammies? And they're like, it's not.
That's definitely got to be grunge punk.
That's. I mean, the amount of accessories that we wear at a show, we've got gloves and gauntlets, and there's just, I mean, and we don't go as crazy. I mean, we go to steampunk shows, and there are people that are amazing crafters. Some of the most amazing cosplay crafters I've seen at steampunk shows that make these the most amazing, beautiful costumes that I have ever seen, with all kinds of accessories and different things. And so I respect what they do, but I could never. I mean, I'm like, I won't even wear corsets most of the time because it's just really uncomfortable to do a show and be on for 8 hours a day and talk to people and bend over underneath the table to get a book or something. I'm like, I did it for the fishy shows, and I'm like, I can't. I need to find a way to make it so that I'm comfortable and still wearing it because it's a lot.
Well, I think that's one of the things too why we've actually done really well when it comes to the steampunk community. Like you said, you don't accidentally find yourself wearing steampunk to the show. You actually have to intentionally be like, am I going to get a top hat? Am I going to have goggles? Am I going to wear a vest? Am I going to wear a shirt? What kind of pants am I going to wear? What kind of shoes am I going to wear? And those things cost money. I mean, even if you go get stuff off of Amazon, you still have to spend money to come up with your costume.
And then when you travel, you also have to like, I know people that have their top hats in their own like hat box, and their clothes in another box, and like they end up traveling with six like trunks or something, like they were actually in the. This is nothing against them; they're lovely. I like steampunk people, but they're like, I could never do it because like I'm rolling into a show with like my Oscar the Grouch shirt is like the most like thought I put into costumes. I guess one thing that I will say is it's very easy to like do steampunk and still be able to make it through a convention hall, as opposed to like doing a lot of other cosplay. Like a lot of people I know, they just look very fancy, and then like they take their hat off and their goggles and they can go to dinner.
We do that a lot. That's the way to do it. Because other forms of cosplay that have like, I mean, we've seen some that are literal like machines that they're wearing. They've got these wings that come out and all this stuff, and it's like I don't know how they fly or travel with that stuff. Props to them. I mean, pun intended.
And one of the things too that we always try to make sure that people understand is, sometimes people are like, well, I'm a steampunk, or I'm a metalhead, or I'm a this or that. We're just people that I enjoy the aesthetic, and the literal aesthetic came from the allegory in a sense, which basically was kind of like my own life. Like the reason why steampunk kind of came into existence as the physical was because I told you I took about 8 to 9 years off from writing music, and when I started back, there had a lot of songs and a lot of lyrics that had been sitting around. And even my family were like, man, that's a shame that set of lyrics or that song is just going to, just collect dust, digital dust on your computer. And so when some of the songs started evolving and turning into the songs for the album, a lot of times the lyrics were things I wrote like 10 years ago. And I took them and repurposed them and turned them into something new. And I'm like, holy crap, I feel like my life is becoming like a literal representation of steampunk itself, because steampunk, when you think about it, it's stuff that looks old and out of date that has been repurposed and turned into something new and futuristic. And I kind of felt like that's where the aesthetic was going. And I'm like, well, I feel like that's the aesthetic that needs to kind of come into the literal sense. And it's kind of been that way ever since.
Well, let's talk specifically. You talk generally about steampunk. Let's talk specifically about your books.
Okay.
I know Heirs of Isildur is steampunk. Tales from Nocturnia is also steampunk, yes, or is different?
It is different. So, Tales from Nocturnia is medieval fantasy, World of Warcraft, Game of Thrones, Dungeons and Dragons, and all that. It does branch off from Heirs of Isildur, but it branches off in a totally unique way. And there's actually the only thing that is steampunk in Nocturnia is the fact that their shield actually has a gear on it. But the two titles, like you said, the first one is Heirs of Isildur. Here's the 268-page trade. So in that, you've got Michael Isildur, who is a clock and watchmaker in the town of Shadowshaven. And he's all about making sure time works exactly as it should. We like to say that it is a time travel story in reverse. It's not about hopping into the time machine and going to the past to try and change an event to try and affect the future. He wants to make sure time works exactly as it should. He accidentally opens up a time portal that starts bringing people from other eras to him. And he has to become in charge of these people, take charge of them, hide these people. He can't put something back to their own times. He lives in a very puritanical town. And if they find out that these people came through what they would term as witchcraft, he shudders to think what would happen to them. So where Tales from Nocturnia comes in, as you can see, he's got people from the future that have got, girls with blue and purple hair. But you see on the back, there's a medieval king. So in Heirs of Isildur, you have a medieval king that gets pulled through a portal. He gets pulled through just after he has executed his best friend and right-hand man for having an affair with the queen. At the execution, the queen jumps to her death at the execution. The king is distraught. He rides his horse out into the wilderness to go clear his head. When he does, he gets pulled through a portal into Heirs of Isildur. We thought it'd be really neat to go and take that story and just flip it on its head and say, okay, well, we already know what happens to the king. He becomes part of the Heirs of Isildur timeline. What happens to this kingdom who sees this king ride off? And they're like, what do we do now? We have no king, we have no queen, we have no next in command. We have an imminent threat of invasion. What do we do? And we just developed the entire storyline for this 3-issue miniseries based on that premise. So even though it ties into Heirs, and there are some things where if you read Heirs, you can gain a little bit more understanding of the mentality that this king may have or some of the things that he may do. You don't need those pieces of what happens there to understand and enjoy what's happening in Tales from Nocturnia. A lot more fun. Even though it's a dark story, it's a lot more fun. There's a lot more, wild things. I mean, we had to kill more people in issue 2 than we probably have ever thought of in our lives. We had to come up with unique and insane ways to kill people because it's a medieval battle story. It's about a kingdom that's trying to fend off these creatures that look like Dungeons and Dragons creatures that hate the king from Nocturnia. They've heard rumors that the kingdom has no leadership, and now's our time to attack. So now these ragtag people left have to try and fend these guys off.
Awesome. And you co-write that, right, Steph?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's kind of funny. It came about, I don't even really know if there was ever an intentional plan to have a spinoff, a medieval fantasy spinoff series. But our artist for Heirs, Javi Lapara, had drawn this executioner during this scene. And we just kept talking about him because he had this panel where the executioner was looking up. And we just kept, after all this carnage had happened at the execution, and we're like, I wonder what's going through that guy's mind, and he kind of drew him funny because he drew him without a shirt and he had this big old belly. We just kept talking about him, and it just sort of manifested into this. Yeah, I don't know.
It's really small in this issue, but
that literally is the panel that Javi drew.
Cool.
That birthed
Yes.
Tales from Nocturnia. So, but yeah, that Tales from Nocturnia is co-written by the both of us.
Awesome. And I think that I already know the answer to this question, but I want to make sure that we are here to help the people who have been displaced by Emerald City Comic Con, even though there is a new date for it. It's only going to be 3 days instead of 4, which means there's going to be significantly less sales likely than even when we actually do it. So I want to make sure that people have a good understanding of just why they should go out and get what makes this book different. I think that I already know what makes this book different because it's bananas, but I'd like you to say it in your own word. And I do at the bottom have a Chiron that says the Heirs of Isildur website on it. So that is where you can go to pick up the Heirs of Isildur book. And I assume get directed to Tales of Nocturnia too in some way.
And we just threw a link into the private chat for the store. If you go to tinyearl.com/insim-shop, INSYM-SHOP, that's the direct link to the store.
So one thing I'll say about Tales from Nocturnia is that we tried to do, and we did it with Heirs as well. We tried to do something different with each issue. We love having people drawn in, even though our artists sometimes feel like it's kind of crazy.
Want to kill us.
They want to kill us for it. But we've done that with a lot of the issues, and it's amazing the response that we get for Tales from Nocturnia 2, which we just are now fulfilling the Kickstarter for. We had a metal band where we had all the band members drawn in, and the response from their fan base, like music fans are collectors. I swear it's kind of crazy, but the response from having those guys in there, we had, like he said earlier, we had a 10-year-old girl drawn in. We literally just went to her house and dropped the issue off and got to see her open it up, see her reaction, see her mom's reaction to her character in that book.
We have a panel of her shaking hands with one of the guys from the metal band.
It's just those types of experiences, I mean, make it totally worth it. But you're not seeing a lot of that around. But what I'll say about Tales from Nocturnia, I think, is that even though it's medieval fantasy and we're saying, we're killing a lot of people, there's a lot of carnage, there's a real true story behind it. And I think we really delve into the psychology of somebody who thinks that they know what they're destined for in life, and it gets turned upside down, and suddenly they're faced with the fact that that's not really what they want to do, and they want to be better.
Yeah, we follow the executioner, Benenoch. He is the main character. And people are like, oh yeah, he starts off, he's got this big axe, and we're going to steal this killing. From the start, the story is about an executioner who doesn't want to be an executioner anymore. He saw he had to just kill who was his best friend, the person who was nicest to him in this kingdom. At the same time, the queen falls on the stage right beside him. He's like, this is too much. In a lot of the medieval cultures, the executioner was somebody who was mocked and who was considered to have a curse. So they lived a very solitary life. And Benenoch was one of those types of people. And so we get to start right from the jump with this guy who's the executioner and say, well, this guy wants he wants to get away from killing as much as he possibly can and become not a pacifist, but he just wants to find a way other than violence when violence is being brought to his kingdom right at that time. So we totally turn the thing on its head. And he is not the guy who's leading the carnage. He's the guy that's trying to find any reason to not have carnage.
Awesome. I love it. All right. We are nearing the end of our hour together already, unbelievably. But I do want to give you guys the chance to each give us your best piece of writing or collaborating advice. The thing that if you could only give somebody one thing to take away from it that you would want them to know. And it could be something we talked about already. It could be something new. And then give that one last plug to your site or to one of your books, why people should go get it. And then we'll say goodbye. And we have a couple minutes so that each of you can go.
All right. Cool. I would say for me, that if you write, the first thing you want to do is figure out two things. What is your concept? What is your climax? If you don't know where you're going in your story, you cannot ensure that your readers are going to actually feel like they've been fulfilled in devoting time to what your story is. So if you understand what your concept is, what your climax is, and you fill in the gaps in between, you can assure yourself that you're actually going somewhere, and your readers can have confidence that you actually are spending their writing time or their reading time wisely. So that's a big thing to me, is always making sure that you understand where you're going and how you're going to get there.
For me, I've kind of adopted, it's funny, because the other thing in my life that I love to do is running. And what a motto that you hear a lot of runners say is you have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. In running, I don't think I need to explain to anybody what that means. I mean, it's just getting in the right mental space, and it's going to be a tough thing that you're doing. But I found that it applies really, really well with writing too, and creating, especially when we're doing it in the way that we are with comics. You have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, which means that it's not always going to be easy. You are going to get told no. You are going to have bad reviews. And I don't mean this in a negative light. I just mean that the sooner that you can accept that this is part of the process, the more you're going to revere and love the moments that matter. The moments dropping off an issue to a 10-year-old girl and seeing her face when she saw herself drawn in it. Somebody, messaging us and saying, that was across from Matt at the show last week and said, hey, I want to pick up your book, and then messaging him later, taking the time to message him later and say, this is one of the best comics I've read in years. Seeing people from, of all ages get excited about your work, getting that one good review, making friendships. Those are the things that matter. And those are the things that are going to kind of lift you up when you're going to inevitably have a moment where you're going to feel a little down in the dumps. You're going to have that one bad review. You're going to have
or 2 Fridays ago when Emerald City gets postponed.
Whatever the case may be, or you're going to get told no by a publisher because you submitted something. We have to all accept that, and I think the quicker that people learn to do that, it's not even really a piece of actual writing advice. It's just really but it does go with writing, because there's going to be days where you're going to love what you write and love what you do, and you're going to have days where you're like, this is all. I mean, as creatives, we all are going to have that headspace, and the moment that you can be comfortable with knowing, okay, this is just one of those days. This is just one of those days, and tomorrow will hopefully be better, is what I try to tell a lot of people, because I see a lot of discouragement really early on in the process from people. And, I just want people to keep going and creating.
So if you go to our titles, Tales from Nocturnia, like I said, we literally just are shipping out the Kickstarters right now. It's supposed to debut in Seattle this weekend. All 6 different covers are up on our website. It was supposed to be 4, it turned into 6. And we had a lot of fun with it. We have got the main cover is The Battle at the Lava Road by Chris Rao. Chris Rao went viral during the Super Bowl because he's the one that did all the character art of all the Kansas City Chiefs. That has actually got noticed by Patrick Mahomes and Angie Reid and Travis Kelce. Our boy Drew Pritchett did one of the Stable Maidens. They are a group that is in Nocturnia that are the ones that actually take care of the horses, but they are not just the people that take care of the horses. They are revered because they make sure that those horses are in tip-top shape for the army.
They're pretty strong. We make sure they're strong.
They themselves are a badass battle force as of what they just choose to do that. We have the Inferians cover by Thomas Tenney, who works for Creep Show on the Shutter Network. He also does Forceworks 2020 on Marvel. So this is the issue. This is our best-selling variant cover ever, mostly to the fans of Inferi. So this is the entire band that's in the issue. Their whole thing was they wanted to do it, but they wanted us to kill them all. So we had to come up with, literally had to have a meeting with each individual person in the band about this is what you're going to do and this is how we're going to kill you, and they thought it was great. And then Brian Silverbacks, he does a lot of stuff for Scout Comics. He wanted to do a face-off set of Beninock and our bad guy Verminoff, and we did a foil variant as well, which we thought came out spectacular. So that's everything that's up there. We do have trading cards, foil trading cards.
And Tales from Nocturnia is a 3-issue series. So issue 2 just came out. Issue 3 will be out.
We'll be running a Kickstarter. When we're not in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah, Heirs of Isildur. We have the trade that collects all 11 issues. So this is a complete story, but we are not done with the Heirs of Isildur story completely. It's just this story arc is done. So
So what's next? What's after issue 3?
So we still have the next piece for Heirs of Isildur. We still have it's going to be called The Perilous Prospects. That's going to be the next arc. After issue 3 of Tales from Nocturnia, we do have some other thoughts, like, hey, if we want to continue the Nocturnia story from where we're at, there are some branches that we can follow that are not going to just be like, not like it's a cash grab in this industry, but not like it would just be trying to extend it out just to extend it out. We do have the Accursed, which is slated to come out later this year, which is going to be a
Adventure horror.
3-issue adventure horror series that will, follow the events of someone who went to steal a spell book from a voodoo priestess's house in the middle of the New Orleans swamp. That didn't realize that by doing that he was going to bring a curse on himself, and even by putting the book back, it doesn't stop the curse. So that's going to be another 3-issue arc that'll happen as well. And right now, it's just all about figuring out which piece is going to be the next thing that we work on, because we have those 3 things. We do have the next metal album that's going to come out as well.
And we have some short story ideas too that we'd love to put out. We always say, we kind of have them on the back burner. We're like, if we ever have time, which is kind of funny to think about, but we'd love to do more of that. I obviously have several stories and anthologies. I love doing short comics. I love doing short stories. 1-page comics and 2-page comics are kind of my jam, and I'd love to do more of those. So we're hoping to have some either put them out ourselves or get them in anthologies.
And I honestly, we would be remiss if we didn't see right there. That is Richard Rivera from Stabby Bunny on Scout Comics. That is him drawn into this issue. And he is actually doing an event later on tonight. He's going to plug our stuff. Just got to give a quick plug. The Stabby Bunny hardback is 168 pages of Stabby goodness, collecting the first 6 issues. It's $30, postage paid. If you email stabbydybunny@aol.com, you can, or PayPal stabbydybunny@aol.com, you can get the Stabby Bunny book. It's for fans of horror, mystery, and supernatural with a hint of Taken, but it's all female leads. The reason why we want to give Richard that shout out is because if it wasn't for Richard, we would not have even been on the show floor on C4 at Emerald City. He's the one that graciously was like, hey, I think it'd be really cool if you guys were at my table too. And we're like, yeah, that sounds great. We wouldn't have been able to, we had a comic book signing set up at Arcane Comics. So it gave us kind of a springboard to be able to do those things. So if it wasn't for Richard giving us that part of an opportunity, we would not be on here with you now. So we definitely want to make sure we shout him out as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for stopping by, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks a lot to you as well
so
for
much
doing
having
this.
us on and for doing this for everybody. I think it's been a nice little positive healing thing.
That's right.
Oh, that's nice. I hope so. All right. Well, you guys have a great day.
Thanks, Russell.
See you later, Russell.
Bye. And we will be right back in just a couple of minutes when I get more water. And we are back with the final hour of today's show. I am just getting everything set so I can bring on Leah and Diana. And awesome. So let us get started. Hi. I cannot hear up. You're muted.
Aha. There. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay.
Awesome.
My voice is going, so.
And this is the first time I'm actually talking to you, like ever.
Oh, yeah, it's exciting.
It is exciting. Okay. I know. I was telling before this ever started, I was like, I have never actually heard Leah's voice before. Despite the fact that I hear it in my nightmares and my whenever I'm thinking about like this book and how and like whether what I'm doing is right or wrong. All right, I am now going to bring in Diana.
Okay.
Hi, Diana. Can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Nice.
Leah, can you hear?
I can hear Diana, yes.
Wonderful. Hi. Thank you guys so much for being here. So I have Leah Letterman and Diana Levin on. Both were affected by cons closing this week. Diana was supposed to be at Emerald City, and Leah told me posted I think yesterday as she was driving to to her first show that it was canceled, right?
Oh no. Oh
yeah.
So it's been kind of a 1, 2, 3 punch for all of us this week. So hopefully we can bring in some awesomeness. How about we start with introducing ourselves? Let's start with Diana and then go to Leah. And then everyone knows me already because I've been on here for 4 hours now.
Hello. So my name is Diana Levin, and me and my partner Sean, we run Ghoulish Bunny Studios. That's our business, and so I do all the artwork. My artwork is very inspired by horror and spooky Halloween creepy things. I do bunnies and women and like witches and just all kinds of stuff like that. So Sean and I, he's a writer, and we work on a book called The Ghoulish Grimoire. It's an anthology series. Here's our latest issue. I just wanted to show just to give an idea. And this is issue 8. We've been doing this for maybe like 3-4 years, something like that. And it's basically just short stories of different like type of horror. And our main thing is conventions. That's what we do. We travel to various just comic conventions, horror shows, and do some stuff online. But mainly we like to go and do stuff. Go see our fans out there.
Yeah, and you have a Kickstarter going right now also,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
If you like creepy bunnies, they've unlocked the first 6, which I'm showing you on the screen right now. And I think you're unlocking more stuff now, even now, right?
Yeah, so we unlocked pretty much all our stretch goals we had started with. So I'm putting this. So this is the next stretch goal that I'm doing. I'm working on he's called Old Chop. He's going to be another bunny with a top hat and a bow. And he's since like we hit the stretch goal so fast, I'm like, well, I'm home now, so I might as well work on more pin designs.
Awesome. And Leah, there we go. All right. Sorry, I'm still trying to learn the ins and outs of this thing. Let's talk to you because you were also a short story expert. Let's call expert because not only did you were in a Kickstarter where you did an anthology, of
Yep.
short stories with a bunch of female creators. But you then released a book of your own short stories. So let us talk about your journey.
Okay, well, thank you. Up to now, Fantasticon was the first show I ever was going to be physically at. So me being a virtual presence and online is kind of where my stride is at this point. But I'm breaking out of that mold, and I'm coming to a city near you eventually, once this pandemic goes aside. And I don't have the coronavirus right now, but my voice and my chest are a mess. So it's really a good thing in a sense that I'm not out there. But yeah, I'm Leah Letterman. I've been a freelance editor for close to 10 years now. I've worked on a lot of comic pieces. I've worked with you, Russell, mainly in prose. I was doing the math earlier, and I think I've done a total of 13 novels for you, and there's a couple more in queue. So that's nothing to sneeze at. Speaking of,
It's not, because you did all 12 of the God's Verse.
Yep.
Plus you did the Sell Your Soul,
Mhm.
and the and you did the How to Become a Successful Author.
I forgot about that one. Oh my god!
But didn't you also do Anne in the Dark Place and Boyd Calls Us Home? And so I think there's like 16 or 18 books.
Okay, you're right. I can't count. That's why I'm not good with numbers. But yeah, and I really enjoy editing. I was an English teacher before I started editing. I really like helping writers find their voice and really just kind of rake out the extra and to really make their main idea kind of shine forth. And that's what I did with Cafe Macabre. I had a number of horror writers in my inbox, Casey Pierce and Stephanie Menard. Now names are going to start escaping me because I'm like live, right? But I had a number of female and other authors, and they were all mixed together in my inbox. The drafts going back and forth, and just emails going back and forth. And I thought, I've got to get in on this. And so I came up with Cafe Macabre, and I contributed 3 stories. I put together the remaining 9 and hired artists to have artwork that accompanied each story. And it was really just a wonderful experience and a real roller coaster. And we did the Kickstarter. We were picked up for national release, national distribution through SourcePoint Press. So you'll see us coming in the months to come in stores. And then I get this guy. I have a few short stories in other collections, single short story, single shot. And I'm currently working on some memoir pieces. So I'm kind of shying away from the editing a little bit and trying to get into my own as an author.
Yes, I am very excited that you're still editing my books, because I don't know. I'm nervous that I was so nervous when you decided to like do. I'm excited for you.
Yeah.
As like a fan of your writing, but scared for me as a fan of my writing.
I got a couple of emails from people, clients like yourself, like, so, do I need to find a new editor? And I think what I decided to do ultimately was maintain the people that I was already working with and just kind of shy away from taking on new clients. And I think that's worked for me pretty well so far.
Yeah, well, it's working out for me. I'm excited because I was recommending you for a while, and then suddenly
I was like, sorry, Ross, no, it's not gonna happen.
Just stop doing that. Like, I'm not taking on any new clients. So you guys, you and Diana both have experience sort of combining art with your short story, with short stories. You with Cafe Macabre, and then the Ghoulish Grimoire for Diana. And I would love for you guys to talk a little bit about how you guys mold like the art and the writing together.
Am I going or?
Sure.
Oh, okay. So that it just depends. Sean decided, like, for instance, for this book, Sean decided he was going to write a kind of cosmic horror inspired story, and then I just he gave me the draft, and then I said okay, and I just started drawing like drawings that I just got inspired by, like, the story, but also just in general, like stuff that I wanted to include. Sorry that my sketch is upside down. I couldn't get my
It's okay.
camera to work. I'm sorry.
We'll all just turn our heads.
Yeah, but here I'm going to show you just some drawings. I don't know. I just kind of go crazy and like I just let my imagination run wild sometimes with the art. Just did like weird eyeball stuff. And so basically there's no specific formula for how we do it. It's just like I just try to get inspired by what the story is, and then I just draw things. Some a little more specific to the story, and some just more of a general vibe of it. I'm not really good at like doing very like narrative driven art. So I just do more like kind of a general idea of like for this instance, I did a lot of like tentacle and like weird, creepy things that I thought kind of looks like, Cthulhu-esque. Kind of follows that theme, but not anything super specific. And that's kind of how it works. Sometimes I'll draw something and then Sean gets inspired by it, and then he'll come up with a story for that. So it just depends on where we are.
Yeah. How about you?
Yeah, it's actually interesting because, first of all, can I just say, Diana, I was looking at your artwork earlier because I saw your name on the same slot as mine, and I am really in love with what you do.
Oh, thank you so much.
Really, I'm like mental note. I'm going to be talking to you because
okay. Thank you.
It's right up the alley of kind of what I put together with Cafe.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, when we had to move the Leah with Nikki. If you guys were on earlier, Nikki had to switch with Leah, and Diana was already in this slot. And when they had to switch, I was like, well, this is just going to work perfectly because they're very similar in their tastes.
Yes. And I'm like queen synchronicity, okay, especially right now because it's like my middle name, but there's a reason for all these things. So Diane, I'm really glad to be here with you. There were, I always lose count of how many, because it's numbers, but there's, 9 or 10 different writers and 9 or 10 different artists. So for some of the stories, I read the story and knew what was going on, and I had a very specific artist in mind. Like, oh my gosh, she would just do an amazing job with this. For instance, and I'm going to do the thing right here. This is a story called Beating a Dead Dog. And it is the most controversial story in this collection. One woman bought it from my brother-in-law's game store and actually returned the book because the story was so dark, which I'm like, it's horror. I don't know what you expected. But so for that reason, I wanted a very abstract artist to really, I didn't want something really graphic because it was such a dark story. So I chose an artist who was very abstract for that reason. In the case of Mariana Petskosta, she had read my story and that was it. And then she came up with this all on her own. She just read the story and said, this is my response to it. And it was just beautiful. And she nailed it. It was amazing for me to see, just how perfectly she could do it. And then there was yet another case where the artist I was working with said, I'm a portrait artist. So please just tell me exactly what you want. And that is what I will do. And of course, right now I can't find it. Actually, no, here it is. So she said very specifically, I want you to tell me exactly what you want. And so we did. And she did a couple of different portraits, and you can see they kind of get weird and creepy and strange. So it just depended on the artist, whether they wanted to kind of come up with something on their own or whether I was guiding it a little bit more. But in general, we had an example of every single kind of combination you could in this book. And then last thing, and then I'll be done. But the cover itself is Kaylin Smith did this. And there's different items at this table. So this Cafe Macabre is us having wine and coffee and cake together. And then there's little items. There's a Bible, there's a baby monitor, there's a dog collar, there's perfume, there's a crow, all these weird items at this table. And basically that's an element from each one of the stories. And I asked each writer to say, what would you bring to the table if you were coming to a Cafe Macabre party? And that's what I told. I said, Kaylin, here's a list of things we need on the table. And then she went to town and just did a magnificent job. So all kinds of collaboration there between artists and writers.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I love the book. I read it and I was so drawn to multiple stories. I'm not, even though I have a Lovecraft thing, like I'm not the hugest horror fan in the world. Like
I get it.
it's like but I do like creepy things. So like I like creepy things and spooky things, but not necessarily scary things.
Right.
And so and I had heard so I was talking to, it may have been you or it may have been someone else, but I was like, yeah, I really loved like Casey's story. I didn't know that she'd write prose, and someone was like, no, that's like mostly what she does, and that's mostly what these people do, and Stephanie as well, I think. And so it was so nice to find all of these people that I knew from comics had this like other world that they were living in.
That's really interesting you pointed that out, because I felt like, I mean, I knew Casey and Stephanie both from prose, but I knew them mainly in the comic world, or at least on the con circuit. And so I was really trying to pull, and like Michelle Gallagher, she's a poet. But I was just trying to pull prose from them. Like, I want more of this from you, because I think that it's just something, again, like you, I'm not a huge horror aficionado. I was just in this great opportunity. Like, I can't let all of these things in my inbox go. I have to put them together in all these voices. And I wanted to challenge writers to write in new ways. So the poet, she wrote me prose, and some of the comic book writers, even though they'd already written prose, I wanted to challenge them further. And I pulled some people. I was like, I just go with it. Don't be afraid. And the things they came up with, I was like, y'all are messed up. So it was really, really exciting. And it was a really fun experience the whole time.
Yeah, that's great. I have to ask Diana a question because I've always wanted to know why bunnies are such a huge part of your studio. I know that the name of it is Ghoulish Bunnies, so like I know that like it's right there in the thing, but like why rabbits?
Oh, it's funny. So when we were Sean and I were coming up with a name during that time, I was actually had a kind of a different style going. It was definitely more on the cuter side, and I had the whole series of like rabbits as different like horror characters and stuff, and it just sort of fit during that time. And I know it's kind of strange now because a lot of the stuff I do now is so different, but we kept the name because it just I don't know, people remember us by that name, and it's still sort of fits. It's people seem to like it's a very memorable name for people, so I think we were like, it kind of works. And I still do rabbits. People, it's kind of something a lot of people know me for, so, and it just became a thing. I don't know.
I mean, I know. I remember the thing that I always responded to was the women with the white eyes.
Oh yeah, like the big eyes.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing. I'm showing your site right now, so I can show a little bit of the other stuff that you guys do. But like, this is what I remember from your like. I close my eyes and I think of Diana, and I think of like I think of like this. There's one image of like there's a girl in a red dress holding a dragon with like these like haunting like soulless eyes, and it's just is there if you could go back and just talk a little bit about your influences that like really molded this very unique, creepy but beautiful like gothic style, that would be awesome.
So it's just kind of I draw from a lot of different things. I love horror, and I'm like in like you, in that I don't necessarily I'm not like into gore, let's say, but I do really like things that look very haunted or just creepy and spooky, but I'm not necessarily like a big gore person. So most of my work is more from that like kind of supernatural type of horror. And just like Edgar Allan Poe, and just like fairy tales and nature and like occult stuff. I just kind of draw from a lot of these different things and sort of just put together things that I just really like. And sometimes I just like want to draw some creepy bugs, and sometimes I just want to draw a cute animal. I don't know. I have a weird brain.
But no, it's wonderful. I mean, that's one of the best parts about being like a creative human and having your own thing is like you can kind of do whatever you want.
Yeah.
I have this little pin that's of my face, and I was like, despite the fact that I literally have a company that's devoted to nothing but like pursuing my own whims. This pin is the most self-indulgent thing, and that's true. It's like, I mean, all you have to do is worry about the like wasting your time because no one buys it, but like the time is your own.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think there's something so wonderful about you. What you said, like there's something really cute and then something kind of creepy, and like you put the two together, and like that's when you're like, whoa! I think that's what really gets that wow factor, because you're like something familiar and sweet like a bunny, and then you're like, and then the tentacles. Like, that's what I responded to when I was looking at your work.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's like I like both. I like both horror. I like things that are dark, but also like cute things. And I'm like, well, why not combine it? And because there's just these two parts of me that I can't completely separate them. But you know, my earlier style was a lot more on the cuter side, more on the like. It was definitely more like cartoonish, but like the later stuff that I'm doing now is more, I guess, maybe less cute and more creepy, but still, I mean, I still try to like do some you know, I can't help it. Like sometimes just make like put a cute animal in there.
Yeah, well, there's a thing that I did not know about horror people, and it's that it's the overlap between people who love horror and people love Disney. So I was introduced to this when I started doing conventions. My friend, our friend, mine and Diana's friend, Ben Russell, was like, I have a season pass to Disney, and like. I know, like it's not funny to other people. I'll see if I can pull up his website, but like he does not seem like the kind of person that would be super into Disney. But here's his website. I'll pull it up. But because there's this thing of like Disney goth, it totally makes sense. So like that's Ben. Ben does not look like the kind of person who's going to be going to here's the things that Ben makes. Let's see.
I hope he's watching
artwork.
Right
I mean, obviously this is Disney, but like he had done that before. Like this is the stuff that I recognize him from. And, like this kind of like stuff. And I was so blown away when he was like, I'm going to go to Disney after this show. And I was like, what are you doing? Don't say that out loud. And he's like, nah, I found out that like the overlap is like almost 1-to-1 of like huge Disney fans and huge like horror fans that like and creepy and cute was like this wonderful intersection between them both.
No, I think there's something to be said there. It reminds me of the emails that I would get from the writers versus the writing itself. And we even had like a Facebook group where we could talk back and forth to each other. And it was like all hearts and like, I love you, boo. I love you. And like all these hearts and like all these really cute things and like little, you know, anyway. And then like you're reading the story and there's like an eyeball from a syringe. Like, that was the only part of gore, I think, in most of the book. But like just... yeah, you had these really sweet exchanges and this really great sisterhood, you know, with all these writers. And then we get to writing and it's like, and then we killed everybody.
You know, what's funny is there's the opposite happens with romance writers that I know is like, you'll be reading their books and it's quite like lovely and like, especially like Victorian romance writers. And then you like listen to them talk and they like have like, they're sailors. They like curse like sailors, and they like the stuff that they read is like super gory, and like you're like, who are you? And it just reminds me that like people aren't ever one thing, right?
Oh, yes. Amazing! Wow.
So I would like for you to talk, Leah, about some of like what people can do to send books to editors better. like so that they're better when they get to the editor the first time would be a wonderful thing.
Yeah, that's a really important question. And forgive my quick digression here because it ties in. But my son is actually working on some short stories right now. And this is adorable and wonderful. And he's really dedicated. He sat up and he had to use my computer for some reason. And he's just sitting there typing. I took pictures of him. And he's writing and writing. And he finished an entire short story. And it's not half bad.
But wasn't he doing it like in the hospital or something?
Yes,
like,
we were in the hospital at the emergency room, and my husband was coming in to catch up with us. It was all okay, little anaphylaxis. And he said, yeah, can you bring my Chromebook so I can work on my story? And he sat there hooked up to he's got the things on his chest and he's typing away. And I read a little bit and I was really amazed. First of all, I was mad, okay? Because he writes better than I wrote when I was 10. I was like, what the hell? Like, who is your mom? Anyway, so I was mad, but then he was serious. He was writing with a friend of his in class and they're putting together like a group of short stories. And I said, well, you see this through to the end and I will go through and help you format and edit, okay? So this is what he does. He finishes it and he turns the computer around and he says, hey, Mom, will you edit it? And I was like hell, son, because I read it through a couple chapters as his mom, and I was beaming and happy because I was his mom. But then he wanted to see me as an editor, and I was like, listen, no, because what he has to do, and I told him, I said, first of all, you got to sleep on it, come back tomorrow, revise it through, read it out loud, change the things that need to change. Anytime you're hiccuping, or not you're hiccuping, but anytime, you're either out of breath from reading because the sentence is too long, or you find you're talking really choppy because the sentences are too short, these kind of things. If you read it out loud, it becomes so clear. It will fly off the page to you. So that's a big one. I don't even recommend doing that though necessarily until you've revised it in your head on the paper maybe once or twice through, if not 3 times. That's the key. And it sucks to tell people that because I've had so many people come to me like, I finished my draft, I'm so happy. And I'm like, that's great. You need 3 more before you come to me. And then you need to read it out loud because that's when you start noticing like, wow, I used that word 18 times in like 2 pages, or, all these different things. And we all have our different foibles that we fall back on as writers. And so you'll kind of start to recognize yours. But the bottom line is, like, I'm trying to think of the last time when I used an editor. I had finished the piece 2 weeks earlier and had kind of gone back to it every 3 or 4 days before I finally was like, okay, I'm going to send this off for someone to look at. So there's that. And it just depends on the relationship you have with your editor and exactly what you're looking for. I have had people send me a chapter and just say, I can't even get out of this spaghetti because it's just such a mess. Can you help me? And I'm like, okay, no problem. And I can just look real quick, and I'm not going to do any grammar or spelling. I'm just going to look at the big picture and help them tease it out, what they're trying to say. So there's different kinds of editing. Like that's developmental editing. I'm just helping them along the way. But if you're looking for someone to really give you larger level feedback and more in depth, you need to be third or fourth draft in. And you need to have, to the best of your ability, you need to have read it out loud. As painful and as painstaking as that is, that's the advice that's hardest for me to take myself, and that's why I know it's the most important. If that makes any sense. But that's the biggest thing. And are you asking questions about like specific revision or
no? That's a good. In fact, my friend, what he'll do is he'll put it on. The play, the Siri play, or whatever the thing is that Word has.
I've heard of people doing that. Right.
Yeah, and so because they do it monotone, it's someone else reading it, and it. I don't know. I have a hard time like reading my stuff out loud or listening to it or listening to audiobooks at all. Because I don't know, like I actually never do that, and I always think I should do it, but I always am like, once I get this back from the editor, it's done. It's pretty much done, because this is the thing about the editor. It's like the editor, it can't add stuff to your book. Like they can't they're not going to add like 5,000 words. Like by the time I send it to you, like the book is the
Yeah.
book. You can kind of move it into a direction or
Right.
help me figure out what parts don't work. But as far as like making it good, like I have had to have done most of that work before I send it to you.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, and I'm not even just saying this, I think your work generally does come a lot cleaner. And I can tell, like, this has been through several drafts. I think it would be really interesting, though, to challenge yourself to do like one chapter, to just read out loud like one chapter and see if you can tell the difference. That would be I would be curious to see.
I feel very ashamed saying it because like it's a thing that people always say, and it's probably the thing if I was like, what thing could I do to improve now? It's like to sit and like
it's so hard. It's really hard to do. It's like you're not alone in and the reason I know that I need to do it is because there's been times when I haven't done it. And I'm like, no, I don't need to do it. It's good. And then I get it and it's in print and I'm like, oh no, that really needed to have been, if I would have read it out loud, I wouldn't have had that problem. So there's like mainly in stories of regret, I have learned to go ahead and do it.
No, and I have a list of things that I know are my mistakes that like I just go through and I'm like, I can't
do. And I think that that's really awesome of you as a writer, because I know that I provide that kind of a list for a lot of people, or I used to. And it was like I stopped doing it because people never looked at it. They never cared. But you, I could tell you like I would go through and like look for. I can't even remember what some of them are. You like to use the phrase "into the ether." Okay, so like I'll like go through and I'll look for "into the ether," and then I'm like, "What? There's none here." He stopped doing that.
I remember I used to M dash a lot. Like in my first ones, it was like a constant M dash. Every other line was like a thing. But it's so like one of the things I love about editing is to watch people grow over time and to see like, you know, I've done, this is our third anthology that I'm doing right now. And to watch somebody who maybe didn't get into the first anthology or did get into the first anthology and still like over years, like growing with them and watching them become like a better creator is like there's something very I feel very proud about that, even though I'm just a very, very small part of it in one little aspect of their lives.
In one sense, that's true. But in another, I mean, anytime you're collaborating with other writers, that is in itself some type of a workshop. And so, you know, working with an editor, I don't know, not every editor works the same way, but I know for myself, like I come from a teaching background. So yeah, a lot of times I'm like, just change this. But a lot of times I try to explain why I'm doing it, you know, just so you don't think I'm taking over. You know, I want to let you know this is your baby and I'm respecting your work. But here, you know, this is why I'm making these changes. This is why this will be better. And that kind of relationship, if you can have that with your editor or another writer, that is going to catapult you as a writer. The single best thing I've ever done in my writing life right now is I attend a workshop every other week with 8 other writers, and we're all working on vastly different projects. But we read each other's stuff and we give each other feedback, and I walk out of there like so energized and so excited, like, wow. So, you know, any kind of collaboration you can do, whether it's online or in a group or, you know, in person, that's another huge one. It's helped me as an editor, to be honest with you, to see what things they chop out of my writing. I'm like, oh, I see. And it's changed how I look at the written word.
How has your relationship, Diana, changed with Sean as you've like grown as creators over the years or developed?
Yeah. It hasn't really changed that much. I think we've always been pretty in sync about working together. We're really lucky that way. I know not every couple can, but for us, you know, I don't know. We've never had too many issues as far as like what our vision is. When we started out, it was, you know, it was my artwork that we were selling. And then I came to him and said, you know, you should put your story in a book and we can sell it. And he was a little hesitant at first. He was like, oh, I'm not sure if people want to read it or buy it. And I'm like, come on, let's just try it out. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So we just sort of we put our first issue together, and it wasn't even very cohesive. It was like a bunch of like random artwork, random like pen and ink drawings. But it was a lot of fun, and we put it out, and it was selling, and then it started to sell, and and he's like, "Oh crap! Like this actually works." So we could do this. I just put my short stories out there, and people will buy it and read it. So, and I think because at first, like, it was just more about my work, so he helped a lot, but he didn't really feel like he was completely contributing to the business in a meaningful way. And being able to make these books, collaborate on these books together, allowed him to feel like, like, yeah, he's contributing, and we're doing this. We're more of a team now, rather than just him helping me with the shows. It's more like now we could say I'm the artist and he's the writer, and we're working together. So I think that strengthened our relationship, actually, because there's no like resentment that like, everything is a focus on one person. It's just both of us like doing our thing and working on our creative our creative endeavors.
Yeah, I could tell how proud he was when he started doing those books of like those books. I remember him coming and being like, look,
Wow.
I did the thing now.
Yeah. Well, he's a good writer, and I knew like if I just pushed him and said, hey, like, let's put this out there, that I knew that he would follow through and come up with something really good. And since then, his writing has really improved, too. And I know he's like really excited. We're actually gonna be putting together all our collection of stories. We're gonna do a special edition anthology book. And we're gonna take all the stories that we have, and we're actually gonna take it to a professional editor and get it professionally edited, because we haven't done that before. And then we're going to Kickstarter a hardcover special edition book.
Awesome.
So
well,
we're really
maybe
excited
Leah
about
could
that.
tell you a little bit about what to look for in an
Oh,
editor
yes.
when you are when you're looking for one.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm definitely going to, for sure.
Or maybe you could do it now, Leah,
Oh,
because
yes,
we're on.
if you don't mind.
We're on camera.
You're putting me on the spot. I have worked with different types of feedback in my life. I have gotten feedback from people who just said, "Oh my goodness, this is so wonderful. This is so good." And okay, that was great to hear, and I liked it. And I don't feel like I ever wrote as well for them, because they just loved it. They loved whatever I put on the page. And then I worked with someone who was kind of like a friend of a friend, and he was really, really mean. I'm trying to remember comments. One was unbelievably weak.
Oh, wow. Oh, God.
And it was amazing, because I felt like I was getting slapped in the face. I was so mad. That's another thing about editing. When you receive the edits, there's a whole book that can be written on how to receive edits, because it's your baby, it's your heart and soul, and then someone tells you it's not any good, or even that it needs change whatsoever. That's like someone looking at your baby and being like, she looks better in green. Like, fight someone over that. But so I had this guy say some really, really derogatory things about my writing, and I looked at it and I thought, that sentence is not very good. I kind of phoned it in there, and he called me on it, and it was a really difficult experience. I don't know that I would recommend it, but having been through it, I think I'm a better writer for it. So, you're going to kind of ask for someone to do a sample. Just say, if I give you 1,000 words, can you send me something back? I would feel more than welcome. And some people won't do a free sample, and that's their prerogative, because there's all kinds of reasons. But I would recommend getting a free sample and just shopping it out. Even now, when you're not ready to do it yet, just shop it out. There is the Freelance Editors Association of America. I think they do a lot more with nonfiction than with fiction. I think you might find a lot of help on the indie comic con circuit. There's a Facebook group called, hang on. Editors Association of Earth or something like that. I would recommend, they have a public group where you can just go on there and ask questions like, do I need an M dash here or an N dash, or what do I need? And you can just put down whatever it is, and you'll get like 5 or 6 different editors responding to you. So, and that's a really cool resource. A couple times I've told people to go there, and to even I'm trying to think. I'm also in a couple of other Facebook online writing groups. Again, my presence has been largely virtual. So a couple of online Facebook writing groups I know will have like a files folder in their group, and they'll have the different writers and editors and proofreaders go on there and kind of register. And it's never an endorsement for any one of those editors, but you can go to them then, and they're all a nice little list, and you can just try them out. Or you can see how they behave in comment threads and whether or not they're a jerk. Like that.
Cool.
But that's really it. I would highly recommend, and I do to most people, I say, or if I've never worked with someone before, when I was taking on new clients, I would say, let me do a sample of your work first. And it's as much for the editor as it is for the writer. I made some changes or suggested some changes to someone's work once, and they were like, oh my God, no, this is so wrong. And, and they were like really went off on me. And it was because I had critiqued their work, and they were not prepared to receive that critique. Especially when I do samples, I am like so nice. Make the change, but I explain it. And this particular individual was really upset. And I thought, maybe it's a good thing we're not going to work together. But there is, there's an aspect of, go shop around, find someone who fits you as a person, as well as, seems to know what they're doing. And then there's another part of it where you have to kind of take a deep breath and to learn to take critiques is a really difficult thing as a writer, because we take it so seriously, and we don't want anyone to speak poorly of our writing in any way. But, the end goal is always the process. It's always the process of becoming a better writer. And you want to find an editor who can draw that out of you. If you feel like the editor doesn't do that for you, just makes changes and doesn't explain them, or is really mean, or is too nice, any one of those things can be a red flag. So hopefully any of that makes sense, but that's
totally.
For my part, I remember when I found Leah, I asked somebody whose work kind of was like my work, like it felt kind of like we were in similar spaces, and I asked who he used, and then I had her do a sample, and I had other people do samples. And I do recommend, the reason I recommend, I think you should get at least 2 or 3 people to do samples is everybody edits differently, just like everybody colors and everybody inks differently. Right. And by having a couple of different people, you'll be able to see which one actually makes your work flow better. Yeah. Any editor should make your work flow better. But if you have a couple of different people, you can see which one makes it flow the best, or the most the resonates the most with you. Mm-hmm. I actually separate. I didn't used to, but I definitely separate now editor and proofreader, and yes. I want them to be 2 different people. But on one hand, I need them to be 2 different people, because Leah is amazing at making my work flow great. Just not a great proofreader. Sorry.
No.
And she says it. She's like, I am not proofreading this. Like, my job is to get this thing so that it flows correctly and looks pretty and like reads well. Yeah. It is not to nitpick. Okay. And so often you have the people that are like, they want both, or like someone will do both, but they don't do both well.
Okay. Okay. So that's good to know, because I assumed the editors also proofread things.
Yeah, that's a very common assumption.
Those are 2 different. Very different. Okay. That.
I've worked with editors who are great proofreaders and terrible content editors, and ones that are great at content editing. Now, there are people that do both things. Yeah. However, I still would say don't hire the one to do both things. Yeah, because now some of them work in like teams. And so I have one editor who like they're a team of 2 people. And so one of them does the copy editing and one of them does the proofreading, and they switch off and stuff. So like that's okay. Yeah. But you can probably talk to this, Leah, but like after doing a couple rounds, it's done. Like you can't go back and proofread.
I mean,
Right.
if you want me to proofread, it's going to take a 6 months longer because I'm going to put it down. I'm going to walk away for at least 6 months. I mean, maybe that's maybe that's an exaggeration, but 3 months, I need to be purged of that completely, and I need to come to it with completely fresh eyes. I have this image in my head when I'm editing. And maybe a jackhammer is too much, but I have this image of I'm doing heavy lifting. Like there's a lot of dust flying everywhere. I'm rearranging paragraphs. I'm, putting things back and forth, and there's just dust everywhere, and there's rubble and debris. And I try to clean it up as best as I can, but it's going to be a little messy after everything is said and done. That's the editing, but then the proofreading goes through with the polish, and I can do it, but I'm going to need a good couple of months off because you're drowning in it. I hear Russell, you hear my voice, I hear yours because it just gets stuck in your head. I'm so mired in this. It's all I'm doing for, a couple weeks at a time. And so to come back to a work after I've edited it and be like, okay, now I'm going to read it again. Only this time I'm proofreading. It requires totally different roller skates every time. And again, some people can do it. I have proofread things. I don't advertise it. It's frustrating as an editor because people do assume so that if they typo, they're like, oh, you're a bad editor. And I'm like, no, that's not really fair.
Yeah, and I'm paying them for two different pieces too. Like I'm paying a proofreader to get it to make it shine and look perfect. But they can't they can't just take my thing and proofread it. Like there's a step that has to happen, maybe two steps in between there, because there's also developmental editing, which is like for much younger people, like people that have never written anything before, that probably need developmental editing. Usually you generally get out of there when you've written a couple of things, and oftentimes someone like Leah does a little bit of developmental editing. Like she'll at least be like, this doesn't make sense, or this part, I moved this part here. But they're just there are people that have the strengths, and you just want to go to their strengths. Like my proofreader is the most nitpicky human being, and I love it. She's wonderful, and and she'll often be like, I had to go back and reread this section because I liked this part so much. And she's very complimentary when things are going well. Leah's never complimentary. Leah, Leah's not mean. Leah's not mean, but
business. I'm all business.
She's mean, but I think in the 20 books that she's edited of mine, she's made 4 comments that were actually glowingly positive. I'm not saying that they were good. I did not say, but that were wow, I really liked this part. That she went out of her way to say it, and I literally every time I said, I'm am I going to get one nice thing this time? Not that you're not mean. You're not it's not mean. It's very this needs to go here. This needs to go there. This needs to go there.
Business.
But it's and even when she sends that, the only when she sends the top sheet, often she'll say something nice in the top sheet. But you don't make comments that's this is great. Maybe 4, maybe one time.
You know what? Listen, this is going to come back to you because you are so business, and you've never responded to any of my nice comments. I stopped making them, but I'm going to make the goddamn nice comments now. All right.
Please make the nice comments. I love the nice comments.
I always feel I don't want to waste his time. He's so busy. I mean, I love this. Oh my God, you brought me to tears in a public place. In Anna in the Dark Place.
Yeah.
We were talking.
You did put that in a note, and
okay,
I was
good because that was for. I mean, come on, that's huge. I don't cry in public. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I was at the library and I'm reading it on my Kindle, and it was something about something that would help her feel like her sister was still there, and because she had lost her sister, and oh my God. it was like straight to my heart because I recently lost my father. And so I know that sometimes you will just scramble for anything, any kind of new memory. And so when that character said that, I was like, oh, my heart. Oh, yeah. I felt that one hard. It stayed with me for a long time. But okay, from now on, this will be my new, I'll make sure I say through the comments.
But the one thing I know about you from doing this for so long is like you'll never make a comment you don't mean.
Yeah.
Or that like you don't, and that's important to make. And for some, I directed movies and I've edited a lot of stuff, and like some people really like need the encouragement to like have everything like somebody say really nice things, and sometimes people want, and so it's really important to bring this back around to it's not just a me and you conversation, so it's relevant to everybody. It's really important to find that person that fits for you and makes your work better. Because if I were to hire like a writer who was specialized in very elegant verbiage and like making sure was a specialist in like Victorian era something or other, and like just that kind of writing style, it would be horrible because I'd get this work back and it would be like quite a bit Victorian more than what I would want. And one more thing that I'll say about editing is Leah loves mythology. And my books have mythology in there. So if there's a specific thing that you are looking for, make sure you find somebody that is that does that thing too. Whatever that thing is. It might be mythology, it might be murder, it might be like thrillers, but whatever it is, like it's very helpful that when I send something mythological to her, I know that she's going to check it or know what is wrong with it.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
You kind of almost you have to pitch your work in a sense to an editor. It's not quite as a rigorous a process as like pitching to an agent per se, but you need to like tell people when you're looking for editors, you have a little paragraph like this is kind of what my work is like. It has these kinds of influences. And that just helps you find a good editor, because I can look at something like that, so someone's pitch and be like, wow, this is not a fit for me at all. I'm not even going to look at this. It's just, this won't work. Whereas some people could say something with mythology or this and this and this, and I would jump on it. I was also going to say, Russell, I know in your group, the authors and creators making money, I think that is a really fantastic group. And, I like when I see people looking for editors. There's usually a good handful that get thrown out there, right?
Yeah.
I would recommend even trying that, like on a couple Facebook group threads, Diana, just kind of mentioning and word of mouth is huge. Just look who your friends are looking, who they're using, and go from there.
And ask them to give you not just the edit, but it's also helpful to like get a list of the books they've edited, so you can look inside them and see. And also, like if you're gonna make a grimoire type book and all that, and most of the books they list you are like Victorian romance. It's not. It's not that they couldn't do it, because a lot of editors, they'll take the work. They'll take the work. They're like, I can do that because it's true. But you want somebody to that like is going to do that kind of thing.
Right. Genre specific, really. Because someone gave high fantasy and I read it and I was like, what is this? And I kind of made a few comments and she's like, no, this is like what I'm thinking. I can't think of the word. This is just something we do in this genre. And I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't know. And so it was a very good exchange between us. We both just said, oh, then I'm not a good fit for this. Because I just didn't know. And, I just was trying to do her a favor. But there are certain things that work in one genre and are accepted within a genre that aren't in another. I don't know if I even agree with that, to be honest. I just like good writing.
Right. I know there's some genres that tend to be very, like, rigid about like it has to be like romance genre. It seems to have that.
Definitely.
But it is important. It is nice to have somebody who knows the tropes of the genre and can tell you whether you're straying away from it. So whenever I I don't worry that I'm going to miss like a big trope that I like, or like do something completely to break it, because like I have an editor, like I work with an editor who I trust to like keep me honest when it comes to those things.
Yeah.
But there's my friends often talk about like historical fiction, and like when they do historical fiction, like they hire somebody who specializes in like that particular thing, because they want to know. That editor will then know, like, well, that wasn't in Scotland in the 1840s. And while we're doing research and such, like, they also have to, like, you want that extra at every step. You kind of want a person who is a fan of that genre, if you can help it. And since editing is so, it's online now. You don't have to like just pick an editor because you happen to get a recommendation. Pick one that enjoys your genre, reads your genre, edits your genre, and will be able to help in your writing style, and then you should be good to go. I think it comes down to like 80% of it is hiring the right person, and if you hire the right person in any situation, you're setting yourself up for success.
Yeah, we actually have a editor that we have a friend that she's a professional editor that she said she would do it for us. I actually never seen her work, so I don't know, like whether it's going to be a fit, but I think it is good to know like kind of what to look for, so that, if we find out that like, oh, maybe we need to like still look, for someone else. Right. That way we now know that it is, we're not just like settle for like, you don't if it's like, oh, this isn't working, okay, then we have to keep looking for somebody. So this is good information. Thanks you guys for letting
what
me
I
know.
love about, not to have a love fest with Leah, but we are reaching the end of our hour, but like what I love about Leah is when I send a book to her, like I know it's going to come back elevated from where it is now. And that's the best relationship you can have with somebody, is like I don't like I just know that it's just like when you send a comic script and you send it out and you get it back and it's like, oh, this is so much better. Thank you for like making this like readable now and like better than it was. I just know, and like that's what you don't want to be like worried that the editor is not going to do the job, or like to come back and say, although you will have some of that, because like especially at the beginning, the first time you're gonna be a lot, but we've now worked together so often that I'm just like, send this, and mostly I just will take like literally whatever you write, and I'm just gonna put it right in the thing. So as we near our end of our hour together, I'd like to give you both the chance to answer the question that I use to answer every interview, which is to give us your best piece of advice about writing or creating, and then tell us where we can find you guys. I do have for Leah, the leahletterman.wordpress.com, and for Diana, the Ghoulish Bunny Studios. But tell them where they can find you, and then we will end our broadcast today.
Diana, you want to go first?
Sure. So piece of advice that I'd like to leave with people. Just keep doing the thing. Keep drawing, keep making art. This goes pretty much for any creative endeavor, is just, no matter where you are emotionally, and sometimes you could second guess yourself or doubt like whether your work is good enough or blah, blah, blah. But it's important to just keep doing it, whether it's coming out good or not, like pushing through it. And because there's so many things that could get inside your head and kind of bring you down sometimes, make you think like, oh, I shouldn't be doing this right now, or I could be, but I'm afraid I'm going to make mistakes. And I honestly think it's better just to do it, make mistakes, than to not do it at all. So just no matter where you are, what you're doing, just keep drawing.
I love it. And where can we find you?
You can find me, my website is ghoulishbunnystudios.com, and you can find me on all the social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Ghoulish Bunny Studios. My Twitter is actually Ghoulish Bunny. And Patreon, Ghoulish Bunny Studios. Pretty much everything is Ghoulish Bunny Studios. Anywhere you're gonna look for me, I'm there.
Awesome, wonderful. And Leah?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think mine kind of builds on what Diana was saying, and I think this is what is true for me right now, as far as what to seek after in writing or in your art. What I'm doing right now is on some projects I'm working on is trying to keep in mind the process is more important than the product for me. In writing, I am really aiming for, sometimes you have to push through and get to a deadline, and I get that. But sometimes you really have to lose yourself in the writing or in the artwork to see what it's trying to show you. And if you make writing a discovery process rather than a conveyor belt process, if you make it something that's really like you're excavating and you're discovering, it's about the process, not the product. And if you think that way, you're going to grow exponentially as a writer every page you finish. And that's my opinion. Let the writing and let the art show you what it needs to show you, and then bring that to the world.
Wonderful. And where can we find you?
I am mainly on Facebook is kind of my home. I have a facebook.com/Letterman Editing, and that's LEDERMAN. That's mainly where you can find me. But I'm also on Twitter. I'm trying to do better at Instagram, and you can check out my book, The Woman No One Sees. It just came out on ebook as well, and it's available on Amazon and on my various pages. So check it out. It's about a cleaning lady who steals dust.
Wonderful. And remember that both Diana and Leah were supposed to be at shows this weekend that got canceled. So you are helping both creators if you go over to their sites and order their books. And I haven't got a chance to read Leah's book, but I'm very excited to do so because everything I've read of hers is great. And of course, if you want to see her editing, you can pick up one of like literally any of the books that I have out pretty much, and she will have edited it. So on that note, I'm going to say goodbye to both of you. And I will talk to you guys.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for coming. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
All right. So that is the end of our broadcast day. We did a day. Please join us tomorrow when our guests will be Christy Shin and Carolyn Carter at 12 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time, Madeline Holly Rosing and Eddie DeAngelini at 1 p.m. Pacific time and 4 p.m. Eastern time, Catherine Calamia and Leanne Ingino at 2 p.m. Pacific time and 5 p.m. Eastern time, and finishing the day with Melissa Pagalucci. I'm going to not say that name a second time because I'm pretty sure it's Paglukia, but it's just gonna, I know it's not how it's pronounced, and I forget it every 2 or 3 months, and I have to get a refresher and go back to my notes. But she does the wonderful Above the Clouds book, and her and Moana McAdams will be here at 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern time. I'm sorry, Melissa, I love you, but your last name is just the hardest name in the world. For some reason, I just can't get it through my brain. On that note, we are going to say goodbye. And thank you so much for joining me. It's been an honor and a privilege. Right now, just so you know, our Kickstarter at CthulhuIsHardToSpell.com is at $20,996. So with just $5, we could go over to $21,000, and we'll have 475 backers at that point. And let's see, I want to make sure there's no extra comments. Thank you so much, Melissa. Thank you so much, Mikey. Thank you so much, everyone else, for being here. And I hope to see you tomorrow. Mwah.